Chapter 45:12. This robe can help you block 3 late-stage low-god attacks. Don't use it unless you are in a life-or-death situation. Remember that. Lin Ling turned and left after saying those words. He could tell that the young lady had gone through so much trouble to get the healing elixir not for herself, but for someone else. Lin Ling admired her for that. In addition, although the king of medicine would not vent his anger on the young girl, it was important to be cautious. Hence, Lin Ling had given the young girl a life-saving treasure. "Thank you, young master. Thank you." The young lady felt a warm current flowing into her body. She cried and bowed to Lin Ling again. If you can't survive in the cataclysm, go to the Dragon Valley and ask the Dragon God to send you to the void of the 9 states. Then, go to the Azure State and look for someone called the Third Princess. Tell her that you belong to me, Lin Ling. This person will ensure your safety for the rest of your life. Lin Ling's voice quietly entered the young girl's mind. The young girl nodded her head heavily and then left as well. Hee, Lin Ling, your name has spread across the entire island. They say that you are the young master of the Dragon God. You have greatly increased the prestige of the Dragon Valley. After Lin Ling left, the radiant golden dragon immediately laughed. It seemed that he was very excited. Although the Dragon Valley was not afraid of the cataclysm, the Dragon God had told them not to provoke the people of the cataclysm. Therefore, they did not dare to be too arrogant in the cataclysm. However, Lin Ling dared to do so. Even if the Dragon God knew about it, he would not say anything. Therefore, this made the radiant golden dragon very happy. It doesn't matter whether you are the young master of the Dragon God or not. I am looking forward to seeing when it will be our turn to present our treasures. Lin Ling shook his head and sat back down. However, he could sense that many people were quietly looking at him. There was the orthodoxy hidden in the crowd, Dao Lord Watergourd, and a few other orthodoxy's disciples. The king of medicine, in particular, was glaring at Lin Ling with a murderous aura. It was as if she was saying, "You're dead meat after the Divine Treasure Convention." Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about these gazes at all. He was still unperturbed. Not long after he sat down, an old voice rang out. "The Holy Light Treasure Book is a divine technique that I found in the ruins of the Broken God Realm. However, this treasure book is lost, and only the second part is left. The first and the remaining parts have all disappeared. I only want to exchange for treasures. As for offensive treasures, they must be able to kill mid-stage low gods. The more treasures, the better." On the stone platform, a one-armed old man stood there with an ancient book in his hand. However, one could see that the book had been torn in half by someone. It was very dilapidated and ancient. "Wow, you're asking for too much. You want to trade a tattered book for a treasure that can attack a demigod? You must be dreaming." The island was silent for a moment before a large number of disdainful voices rang out. A mid-stage low god was no weakling. He was just one step away from becoming a god. Therefore, who would be so stupid to trade such a treasure for a useless book? The old man was a little embarrassed, but he immediately said, "Although the Holy Light Treasure Book is very complicated, there is a page that states that it can be used to cultivate the steps of the gods." After he finished speaking, the old man used his divine energy to display the page. Ancient words floated on the stone platform. They were profound and mysterious. At this moment, everyone's breathing quickened. The steps of the gods was a power that was even more terrifying than the energy of God. This power was the power of the great Tao of the Void. It had the power to defy the heavens and change one's fate. It could be said that when the energy of God went against the steps of the gods, unless the energy of God was extremely powerful, the energy of God would definitely lose. Moreover, although the number of steps of the gods that could be cultivated was limited, if it could be combined with one's innate talent, it could explode with unexpected results. Every god wanted to comprehend the steps of the gods that belonged to them. Although I can't guarantee that this broken book can cultivate the steps of the gods, at least there is hope. In fact, it also depends on the individual's comprehension ability. When the old man saw that the island was silent, he knew that everyone was tempted. Therefore, he spoke again. "If this Holy Light Treasure Book is real, then it is indeed worth the price. Even if it can't cultivate the steps of the gods, it can still increase the foundation of a breakthrough. However, the treasure you want to trade is too precious. Where can an ordinary person take out such a treasure? Someone said with a frown. It was obvious that he was tempted and was bargaining with the old man. However, the old man was very stubborn. He shook his head and said, "To tell you the truth, I have an enemy. I must kill him, but he is too strong. That's why I need this treasure. I'm sorry." Since the old man had said so, everyone could only secretly shake their heads. After all, this was a trade between both parties. If the treasure you took out was not satisfactory, then the other party had the right to reject the trade. Interesting. I didn't expect that there would be so many ancient treasures in the Divine Treasure Convention. It seems that the people of the Broken Holy Land often go in and out of the divine world to search for treasures. Lin Ling said with a smile as he looked at the scene calmly. If it were not for the fact that he did not have the talent of the light element, he would have bought it to take a look. Moreover, among the people he knew, no one had such talent. Only Yu was close to this talent. However, she was still not a pure light element talent. I will take out a time shuttle. It can injure an ordinary mid-stage lower deity. At this time, a crisp voice sounded. On the other side of the island, a dark-skinned, ordinary-looking woman said, "It's her." However, Lin Ling's soul power was so powerful that he instantly recognized the woman. The main reason was that he was too familiar with the woman. He knew her aura because that woman was Longyang. Longyang had also come to the Broken Holy Land and had concealed her identity. This woman was really amazing. She had traveled far and wide and could be found in all the forbidden lands. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He was even more impressed with Longyang. This was because Longyang was very similar to her in one aspect. She had always relied on herself to become stronger. Perhaps she would borrow the power of others, and sometimes she would be lucky. However, without a strong background, she had to solve everything by herself. In this aspect, she was much better than those cultivators who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. Longyang could be considered as someone who Lin Ling had watched grow and become stronger. However, Longyang had taken a fancy to the Holy Light Treasure Tome. This meant that Longyang had a light element divine fetus and was close to comprehending the divine steps. Most importantly, Lin Ling guessed that the current dragon lady must have another kind of divine staircase. She wanted to be like him, to have two divine staircases. Chapter 45:13. Hold on, I'll offer two treasures. The water pool sword, a second-grade chaos treasure, and the dark Yin ring, a first-grade bastard treasure that can trap people. I'll trade it for your treasure tome. What do you think? At this moment, another voice was heard. It was a man in a red immortal robe. He was also a disciple of an orthodoxy, and his name was Feng Xianyue. Moreover, he seemed to be the strongest among the disciples of the orthodoxies. Therefore, after he spoke, the disciples of the other orthodoxies fell silent. Good. The old man was overjoyed. Looking at Longyang in the distance, her dark face became even darker. However, the sacred light treasure tome was her key to becoming stronger. She had traveled a long way to get here, and she could not let it go. She came here from the bottom of the Kaiyuan River, passed by the dragon tribe, and encountered several life-threatening situations, all for the sake of the sacred light treasure tome. I'll also offer the 8 Gates Golden Mirror and Black Dragon's Grasp. These are second-grade chaos treasures. Together with the time shuttle, I'll trade all 3 treasures for you. Longyang gritted her teeth and said, she had entered a secret realm under the sacred mountain and obtained some treasures. Now, she was willing to throw them out. Her current strength was stronger than the young master of the Ox Demon clan, but she had not reached the strength of a deity. Therefore, she was reluctant to throw out these treasures. Is that true? The old man's heart thumped. Chaos treasures, as long as they reached this level, could affect mid-stage lower gods. Reckless woman, you insist on fighting with me. Do you really not know who I am, or are you pretending not to know? Let's see what you have to fight with me. Feng Xianyue was furious because after he took out the treasures, the disciples of the other orthodoxies did not dare to compete with him. On the contrary, The dark-skinned woman overestimated herself and was courting death. The 5 elements pool sword, 5 swords of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It's a set of chaos treasures. Let's not talk about ordinary mid-stage lower gods. Even powerful mid-stage lower gods would have to avoid it. Let's trade it for your treasure tome. Feng Xianxia said immediately. This. The entire island was in an uproar. The 5 elements pool sword, Feng Xianxia is actually using the treasures rewarded by the orthodoxy to trade for the treasure tome. To be able to injure a powerful mid-stage low god, I'm afraid that the sword is invincible. Currently, the strongest mid-stage low god in the void is none other than Lin Ling, the Thunderlord of the Void of the 9 Prefectures. But even Lin Ling, the Thunderlord of the 9 Prefectures, will be filled with hatred after seeing this sword. She racked her brains and risked her life to come to the Kaiyuan River, but in the end, she did not obtain the Holy Light Grimoire. This made her very unwilling, but in the end, there was nothing she could do. Damn woman, say something. Why are you so quiet? You made me waste the 5 elements pool sword. You must be happy. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Feng Xianxia scolded when he saw that Longyang was silent. He was very arrogant. He was unhappy when he saw that ugly woman. What 5 elements pool sword? How dare you be so arrogant in front of the dragon tribe? Suddenly, a lazy voice said, I will use 10 chaos treasures to trade for your treasure tome. After this lazy voice, it was followed by a heroic voice that shocked the entire audience. Everyone turned to look and realized that it was that ignorant prodigal again. What the hell? That guy offended the king of medicine. Now, he even dared to offend Feng Xianxia? Furthermore, it was one thing to offend him, but he was actually so arrogant. Do you want to die? Feng Xianxia obviously didn't expect that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. There was still someone who ruthlessly kicked him while he was being complacent. Don't you know that the dragon tribe likes to collect treasures? I am rich. You can boast about me. Lin Ling did not know that he was angry. He said, listen carefully. Mystical beast amassing banner, divine gold talisman, Luo Xing exterminating 3 lives blade, Zhongyuan life shield. Lin Ling talked about the treasures one by one. There were 10 in total. Every time he said one, people's hearts jumped. The dragon tribe was really full of treasures. They did not know that these treasures were Lin Ling's own. Back then, under the sacred mountain, he killed people and stole their treasures. These treasures were as many as the hair on a cow. The treasures of the people he killed were found in the sacred mountain. But in the end, they were all taken by Lin Ling. Of course, these treasures were not of much help to Lin Ling. Middle lower gods were too weak for Lin Ling. There was no need to use these treasures. Do you want to exchange? After Lin Ling listed the 10 treasures in a domineering manner, he looked at the old man calmly. Exchange? The old man was stunned for a moment. Then, he shouted as if he was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his words. After Lin Ling threw out the 10 treasures, he immediately threw the grimoire to Lin Ling. Then, he ran away secretly. He naturally knew that a man's wealth was his own ruin. With 10 treasures, it would be strange if others were not tempted. Of course, people did not have time to pay attention to him. They were all attracted by Lin Ling's domineering aura. Then, people started to talk. This guy offended the disciples of all the orthodoxies at the same time. I really wonder how he can leave the broken Holy Land. Is the dragon tribe very strong? So arrogant. Does he think that our broken Holy Land does not exist? Don't worry. If he doesn't die, I will write my name in reverse. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling. Everyone was waiting to see a good show. What an arrogant prince dragon deity. Feng Xianxia and the king of medicine squinted their eyes. They had already regarded Lin Ling as a dead man. They even looked at each other and secretly came to an agreement to kill Lin Ling together and take the treasures on Lin Ling's body. After coming to an agreement, they laughed because the treasures that they had set their eyes on were taken away without a single cent. However, Lin Ling did not care about the various gazes on the island. disciples of orthodoxies? He had even killed orthodoxies, let alone disciples. At most, he would kill them and take their treasures. After killing them all, he would sneak back to the void of the 9 continents. Then, Lin Ling looked at the other side of the island. He saw that Long Yang had turned around and left in disappointment. Chapter 45:14. That person actually gave the precious book to her? He even offended the 10 orthodoxies for her? At this moment, she was a little dumbfounded. I don't want you to be beaten to the point where you can't even fight back when you fight with someone, so you'd better increase your strength as soon as possible. A disdainful voice quietly came from behind the grimoire. However, this voice was earth-shattering, causing Longyang to be stunned. Then, she looked at Prince Dragon God in disbelief, because she finally knew who that person was. It was Lin Ling. She never thought that Lin Ling would fight for her for the grimoire. After all, they were mortal enemies. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't know that the reason she wanted the grimoire was to kill him? At this moment, Longyang's heart was a little absent-minded. Ever since she started in the Spirit Province, she had been taking advantage of her beauty and relying on various forces to become stronger. Although she hated herself for being like this, and hated the fake smile even more, she could endure it for the sake of her goal. Moreover, she was also very clear that those who helped her were only greedy for her beauty. However, in the end, they failed and were fooled by her. However, Lin Ling wasn't greedy for her beauty at all. He helped her from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling. Yes. Longyang gritted her teeth and said. Then, she took the grimoire and suddenly turned to leave. At this moment, she didn't know whether to hate Lin Ling or thank Lin Ling. She only knew that in this world, how could there be such a foolish man? What a proud woman. Yes. Seeing Longyang leave, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was too familiar with Longyang, so he knew that although Longyang looked like a fickle woman, she was actually a proud woman. Perhaps in her entire life, the only man who had touched her was him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hated him for that night until now. At this moment, everyone on the island was dumbfounded. They saw Prince Dragon God give the grimoire to the black-faced woman with their own eyes. Crazy. The thoughts of a prodigal were indeed not something that ordinary people could understand. He spent 10 precious treasures just to buy a grimoire to make a beauty happy? That's not right. How is that tanned woman a beauty? She's as black as a piece of charcoal. Just one look at her and I'll vomit last night's meal. Not only was this prodigal eccentric, even his taste in beauty was eccentric. At this moment, there was only one word in everyone's hearts: respect. When you have money, you can be willful. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be unaware of everyone's shock as he suddenly spoke slowly. I really want to beat him to death. Among the silent crowd, someone finally spoke up. Moreover, it was with gritted teeth. Looking at Feng Xianyu again, his face was so distorted that it was terrifying. He had never seen such an arrogant person. In order to please a black woman, he did not hesitate to offend himself. What the hell? Now, it's time for me to present my treasures. I'll take out 10 more primordial chaos treasures. If you want to trade with me, you don't have to take out any treasures. You just have to answer one of my questions. At this moment, Lin Ling stood up and spoke. His words caused the entire island to boil with excitement. Everyone had seen this prodigal young master's squandering. Now, they wanted to see how far he could squander. Young master, you seem to be in the martial ancestor realm. I'm afraid you want to ask me a difficult question about cultivation. Someone volunteered and spoke with a smile on his face. He was very moved by the 10 treasures. Are you an idiot? He can take out so many precious treasures and is from the dragon tribe. If it's a problem about cultivation, the dragon tribe can't solve it? However, someone immediately scolded. 10 primordial chaos treasures. It's definitely not easy to get. What kind of problem does the dragon tribe not know? The dragon tribe has a long history and knows everything about astronomy and geography. That's right, that's right. In my opinion, this question must be very difficult. Try your best. Everyone was in high spirits. Because it was just a question and there was no need to trade treasures, they were naturally happy to participate. Actually, My question is very simple. I'm just asking a person. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again, and this person should be in the broken Holy Land. Wow. Asking a person? Fuck, asking a person with 10 treasures? You're really rich and capricious. I'm good at asking people. Asking for directions? Asking the heavens and earth? None of them are difficult for me. I'm determined to get these treasures. Ha. Wow. I've seen capricious people, but it's the first time I've seen someone as capricious as you. Hurry up and ask. Yes. The island was in an uproar again, because asking this question was obviously much simpler than asking other questions. Sima Ruochan. If anyone knows him, these treasures will belong to him. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling also revealed his purpose. Sima Ruochan? However, the people who were in high spirits instantly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them. They looked at each other, but they had never heard of this name. Even some seniors who had been here for more than 100,000 years were dumbfounded. Sima Ruodong. I know him. Young Master Dragon God. Is it him? Yes. I know Ouyang Ruochan. They should be relatives. Yes. What's Sima Ruochan? I've heard of him. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone was very depressed because this question seemed simple, but in reality, it was quite difficult. I'm Sima Ruochan. Please give me the treasures. Even the impostor appeared. It was an old man with a broken leg. He stood up with a cane and raised his hand. Get lost. Lin Ling looked at him and knew that he was just making up the numbers. Huang Junkai, fellow Daoist Huang, don't pretend anymore. You want to be Sima Ruochan? Sima Ruochan is yours. The others didn't want the old man with a broken leg to be rewarded, so they immediately mocked him. Being seen through, the old man laughed dryly and sat back down. He didn't expect that if he was Sima Ruochan, he would be unlucky. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the treasures even if he got them. No one knows. Lin Ling looked at the bustling island with an ugly expression. Many famous people from the divine land of the Break Realm had gathered here, but no one had heard of Sima Ruochan. Could it be that Sima Ruochan had changed his name? Young Master. However, at this moment, a weak voice suddenly came. Lin Ling looked over and found that it was the girl who had traded the ancient thunder beast. The girl looked at Lin Ling timidly. She was hiding in one of the corners of the island. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's strong soul power, he wouldn't have noticed her in such a noisy scene. I've heard of this name. I heard it from my grandfather. The girl saw Lin Ling looking over and immediately said in a low voice. Are you sure? Chapter 45:15. All right, bring me to your grandfather immediately. Yes. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He finally found some information. Then he looked at the crowd and said, all right, since no one knows, I'll cancel the deal. Everyone, go back to your own homes. Yes. What? Yes. The originally lively crowd was now completely dumbfounded. You're messing with us, right? You purposely found someone who doesn't have it and made us guess. You. Yes. Someone pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. You're a piece of trash. How can you blame others? Even if I did it on purpose, why don't you brag about me? Did the Divine Treasure Convention forbid this? Since I'm canceling the deal now, it's not like the Divine Treasure Convention forbids it. Lin Ling said disdainfully. That person was immediately rendered speechless. According to the rules, Lin Ling did not do anything wrong. He took out a treasure to trade, and if he did not find a suitable treasure, he could cancel the deal. There was nothing wrong with that. But you... Yes. However, the crowd's emotions had just been stirred up, and now that the deal was cancelled, they could not take it lying down. I'm rich and I can do whatever I want. If you're not convinced, bring Sima Ruochan out now, and I'll still give you the treasure. If you can't find him, get lost. Yes. Lin Ling's arrogance offended everyone on the island with a single sentence. Everyone's eyes were burning. Rich and willful again. The dragon tribe was indeed arrogant. Ignoring the crowd's dissatisfaction, Lin Ling signaled to the light golden dragon with his eyes, and then strode away. The light golden dragon smiled excitedly. From Lin Ling's eyes, he knew that Lin Ling had found that person. However, when he left with Lin Ling, he immediately sensed many malicious gazes looking at him, including the King of Medicine and Feng Xianyue. They really don't know what's good for them. Now that Lin Ling is about to find Sima Ruochen, even if the 10 orthodoxies came, he would not be afraid. These disciples of orthodoxies actually dared to provoke Lin Ling. They must be tired of living. Yes. The light golden dragon sneered inwardly. The island was still trading treasures, but many people were quietly watching the departing figure. Their eyes were cold. In their eyes, young noble dragon god was already a dead man. Even if the Medicine King and the others didn't make a move with the treasures on young noble dragon god's body, others would probably want to kill him. In fact, as they watched Lin Ling leave, many people on the island had quietly left their seats. At this moment, Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon were walking down the stairs. The two of them were talking cheerfully and wittily, as if they were very happy. And in front of them was the young girl. She was also very happy at this moment. Idiot! The news seemed to have spread to the bottom of the steps. There were some eyes staring at Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu as they walked down the steps. Those eyes were full of mockery. They all thought that Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu still didn't know that they had made a big mistake. They were laughing happily now, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to laugh later and would only cry. Lin Ling. However, what they didn't know was that although the light golden dragon was talking cheerfully, it had also quietly said something. Just an idiot who gave away money. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. The two of them were veterans who had wandered the world for many years. How could they not know that they were being followed? Young noble, what idiot who gave away money? On the other hand, the young girl in front of him didn't know what was going on. She looked at Lin Ling curiously. You'll know later. Lin Ling said. Yes. The young girl nodded. Although this was the first time she met Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu, she didn't know why, but she felt that Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu weren't bad people. The three of them finally left the steps and came to the main street. Young noble, this way. The young girl led Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu forward. However, after passing through a few streets, both sides of the street suddenly became quiet. Looking carefully, there were much fewer pedestrians. Even if there were, they were all panicking and anxiously leaving. Even the young girl was aware of this change. Young noble, something seems wrong. The young girl said worriedly. Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon glanced at each other and smiled. They had already sensed this scene a long time ago. Before they could say anything, the street in front of them had quietly changed. A colorful mist spread out and shrouded the entire street. Then, the scene of the street quietly changed and turned into a desert. A scorching sandstorm was rolling, and sand and stones were flying. This place was like purgatory on earth. Obviously, someone had used a powerful method to open a void passage and send the street to another place. And this place was one of the broken divine realms. Oh no, young noble, this is the forgotten fragment. It's over, it's over. This is one of the fragments of the divine realm. The reason why it's called the forgotten fragment is because people who come here will forget everything and be lost here forever. Next to him, the young girl panicked. It could be seen that she had been wandering the divine realm for many years, so she was familiar with the forgotten fragments. Young noble, be careful. Someone wants to harm us. Then, the young girl warned loudly. What young noble dragon god? Even a little girl is smarter than you, but you guys still haven't reacted. At this time, a sandstorm rolled in from the front. Then, the sand scattered, and a group of figures finally appeared. Looking carefully, the number of people was not small. There were as many as 50 to 60 people. The two people in the lead were the Medicine King and Feng Xianyue. Other than them, there was also a disciple of the orthodoxy, who seemed to be Xing Luo. Young noble dragon god, our treasure is not so easy to take. No matter who is behind you, even if it's a dragon, in our broken divine land, you will have to obediently lie down. The Medicine King was the first to speak with a vicious expression. You dare to snatch my grimoire, and even use it to gain the favor of a woman. Motherfucker, If you were to gain the favor of a beautiful woman, I wouldn't have any objections, but you won't even let a black woman go. Are you mocking me? Tell me, how do you want to die? Feng Xianyu's face was also ferocious. Thinking that Lin Ling had given the sacred light treasure book to a black woman, he was in a bad mood. It was as if his handsome and carefree Feng Xianyu could not even compare to a black and ugly woman. It's not young noble's fault. It's me. If you guys have any grievances, just vent it on me. At this time, the young girl also spoke anxiously. She knew that the Medicine King wanted to settle the score with young noble mainly because of her. If young noble did not want the ancient lightning beast, young noble would not have offended these orthodoxy's disciples. What a useless piece of trash. You actually need a young girl to plead for you. The Medicine King snorted disdainfully. Don't worry, I will vent my anger on you. You must die, and so must they. Ah! The young girl's face instantly turned pale, as if she had lost all hope of living. Chapter 45:16. At this time, Feng Xianyue said to the people behind him as if he had everything under control. He then looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Now, do you have anything to say? Yes. Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon crossed their arms and watched them act. Lin Ling smiled and said to the girl, Didn't I tell you that you're a rich fool? Now you know what I mean. Yes. Yes. The girl opened her mouth wide. What did that mean? In fact, even Feng Xianyue and the others were dumbfounded. What did that mean? It's simple. Yes. Lin Ling saw that everyone was in a daze. He smiled faintly and said, Do you have any treasures on you? Yes. Of course, I'm a disciple of an orthodoxy. How can I be poor? Yes. Feng Xianyue subconsciously shouted angrily, feeling that Lin Ling was looking down on him. Feng Xianyue, don't be fooled. He asked if you have any treasures and said that you're a fool. Could it be that you're the fool he's talking about? Yes. Suddenly, the King of Medicine reacted and said with a frown, He means that he wants to steal your treasures and treats you as a fool. Yes. Bastard. Yes. Feng Xianyue was stunned and immediately shouted angrily. He was here to kill and steal, but in the eyes of the foolish young Master Dragon God, he was the fool who gave away money? These two guys were too unappreciative. You're half right. Yes. At this time, the radiant golden dragon also said with a smile, In fact, you're not the only fool who gave away money. I'm sorry, I'm talking about everyone here, ha. Yes. At the end, the radiant golden dragon laughed. That smile was as despicable as it could be. Thank you for bringing us here. No one will know if we kill and steal. Yes. The radiant golden dragon's laughter kept floating out of his mouth. Feng Xianyue and the others were so angry that their faces were distorted. They didn't know why, but when they saw that despicable smile, they felt suffocated and wanted to tear the radiant golden dragon's mouth apart. Looking at the young girl again, she was a little dazed. What time was it now? Young Master still had the mood to joke around. Although she understood Lin Ling's intention, Lin Ling seemed to want to rob these people of their treasures. There should be a limit to his joke. With the strength of the three of them, how could they be a match for the King of Medicine's group? In terms of cultivation realm, the King of Medicine and the others were disciples of orthodoxies. In terms of numbers, the other party had dozens of gods. Even if his grandfather was here, he wouldn't be a match for them. Kill them. Cripple that bullshit young master first. After the Medicine King and the others were enraged, they finally decided to take action. They originally wanted to see Lin Ling and the others and beg for mercy, but who knew that they would be humiliated instead of seeing them? They couldn't swallow this humiliation. Young Master Dragon God, a snake is more like it. Hearing the King of Medicine's voice, all the deities rushed over. Radiant Golden Dragon, there are 52 people there. How many do you want to kill? Since the other party had already made a move, Lin Ling did not want to waste any more time. At least 30. The radiant golden dragon licked his lips and said in high spirits, Hee hee, I'm afraid that's very difficult. How about this? I'll let you attack first. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll attack. In this way, you still have a chance to kill more than me. Lin Ling nodded. Damn it. When these words fell into the ears of Feng Xianyue and the others, they exploded with anger again because Lin Ling actually treated them as spoils of war. Tear them into pieces. An old man was the most furious. He rushed at the radiant golden dragon with the fastest speed. Rumble. The radiant golden dragon's body exploded. Golden light shone resplendently and he turned into a magnificent divine dragon. He stirred up the wind and sand, swallowed the clouds, and rode on the fog. The dragon's mouth spewed out all kinds of powerful energy and shot out light pillars. Bang! Bang! Billowing sandstorm rose into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the divine dragon was in the sky, holding a corpse in its mouth. It was the old man from before. The old man was a mid-stage lower deity, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the radiant golden dragon. So strong. The girl couldn't believe it. It was too powerful. Moreover, this was the first time she had seen a dragon, a real dragon. Obviously, she didn't expect the radiant golden dragon to be so strong. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Bang! The golden dragon god in the sky swung his tail and viciously slammed it down on the next expert. He had actually smashed an early-stage low god into a pile of minced meat. Idiot who gave me money! Bang! After slapping the deity to death, the radiant golden dragon let out a disdainful voice. You're even stronger than Grandpa. Bang! Such a domineering action shocked the girl again. However, in front of her eyes, there were already experts rushing over. This made her anxious and shouted, Young master, I'll protect you. Bang! Although she wasn't strong, she could sense that Lin Ling was even weaker. He was a martial ancestor, not even a martial god. However, just as she took a step forward, a palm pressed on her shoulder. You watch carefully. I'll take care of them. Bang! A gust of wind blew past and Lin Ling disappeared. Bang! In front of him, blood gushed out. Lin Ling punched out and destroyed the opponent's powerful divine energy. His fist penetrated the opponent's chest, and with a boom, the deity's body exploded. He couldn't be more dead. Radiant Golden Dragon, you're too slow. Now that the time for an incense stick to burn has passed, don't blame me for not leaving any prey for you. Bang! After killing the deity, Lin Ling turned into a gust of wind and swept the remaining deities away. Bang! With another punch, a mid-stage lower deity's head exploded and he died. Bang! His legs swept out like a whip, breaking a deity's divine sword and splitting him into two. His blood dyed the desert red. With Lin Ling's current strength, there was no need for him to use his divine energy. He could crush everything with just his physical strength. This is even more abnormal. The girl was dumbfounded. She thought that the radiant golden dragon was already very powerful. Who knew that the radiant golden dragon was even more powerful? He was like a giant beast in human form. In fact, even the king of medicine and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. This was also the first time they had seen such a ferocious martial ancestor. It's his physical strength. Heavens, he has a powerful physical strength. Alas! Someone shouted in panic, guessing the reason why Lin Ling was so powerful. However, what kind of physical strength could ignore the opponent's powerful divine energy and destroy the opponent's divine energy? They couldn't understand, and they didn't dare to imagine. Bang! Blood gushed out and various kinds of energy surged in all directions. The whole desert seemed to be collapsing, and yellow sand was rolling in the sky. Two figures were faintly discernible in the yellow sand. One of them was a golden dragon with a dazzling golden radiance. He looked very majestic, but the other figure was a nightmare. That was because he looked like an ordinary person, but his combat strength was so terrifying that it was impossible to see through his depth. King of Medicine and King of Medicine, why are they so powerful? Chapter 45:17. I've underestimated him. But it's strange. He seems to be a martial ancestor, but his attack and defense are so strong. His talent must be extraordinary. His cultivation is weak, but his physical strength is strong. I guess it's because of his talent. The King of Medicine and Feng Xianyue looked at each other and sneered. Although Prince Dragon Deity was more powerful than they had imagined, they were not afraid as long as he was not a deity. I'll fight Prince Dragon Deity, and you go deal with the Golden Dragon. How about it? Feng Xianyue's body was surrounded by a green wind. This wind was very demonic, like a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It's not a big problem. Looking at the King of Medicine, a plant vine appeared in her hand and wrapped around her body. Then, a ferocious Venus flytrap opened on her shoulder. Its 2 leaves were open, and the leaves were full of sharp teeth. Droplets of saliva dripped down. I hope you can kill the Golden Dragon before I kill Prince Dragon Deity, because you don't have much time left. Feng Xianyue looked at the King of Medicine and said, his voice full of confidence. That's not necessarily true. Maybe I'll be the one watching the 2 of you slowly fight. Remember, I'll end the battle in 3 hours. The King of Medicine did not want to be outdone and replied calmly. She had heard of the Golden Dragon of Light. It was very strong, but it was still weaker than the disciples of the Orthodoxy. 3 hours? Feng Xianyue licked his lips and immediately attacked Lin Ling. A pair of green gloves appeared in his hands. His fingers were clenched tightly, and his palms were like swords. He placed them diagonally behind his back, and wherever he passed, the void seemed to be cut open. Ditches appeared out of nowhere in the desert on the ground. Crescent slash. Feng Xianyue arrived in front of Lin Ling in an instant. Then, he chopped down with his palm like a huge sword. His divine power had reached 40,000, which was comparable to the strength of the sacred ancestor. Prince Dragon Deity won't die just like that, right? Sensing Feng Xianyue's terrifying attack, the King of Medicine shook his head and smiled. Rumble. However, Lin Ling raised his hand and blocked it. With a loud boom, Feng Xianyue's hand sword was blocked by Lin Ling's arm. Moreover, scales had appeared on Lin Ling's arm. Those were dragon claws, and they were the innate talents of the heavenly dragon. Now, Lin Ling's Sky Dragon Bone talent had reached the level of a rank 2 intermediate god. On top of that, he had the realm-swallowing beast, which was immortal and indestructible. His physical defense had reached a terrifying level. Feng Xianyue's jaw dropped. He was extremely shocked. A single hand was enough to block his 40,000 units of divinity. Could it be that young noble dragon god hadn't used his full strength before? You're just a money-giving idiot. That's all you've got. At this time, Lin Ling raised his head and smiled. Don't be too arrogant. Feng Xianyue let out an angry roar as the wind around his body continued to swirl, emitting a buzzing sound. Lin Ling instantly sensed that when the wind blew past his body, a strange feeling was born. It was like an itch, but also like a warm feeling. Then, he noticed that his spirit energy and blood essence were continuously disappearing. When his soul power swept past, Lin Ling realized that the green wind around him was actually a mysterious insect. The insect was very small, but it had sharp teeth. When it flew past, it could bite off a martial artist's spirit energy. However, these insects only bit a small amount, so he didn't feel any pain. He just felt itchy. However, if this continued, the martial artist would definitely regret exhausting all his spirit energy. Haha, did you notice? It's too late to notice now. Feng Xianyue saw that Lin Ling was silent, so he said contemptuously, "This is my divine fetus talent. It's the talent of a rank 1 intermediate god." Feng Xianyue could become one of the most powerful people in the Orthodoxy. His strength was indeed not weak. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Want to suck Lin Ling's spirit energy? With his 7 dantians and surging spirit energy, his body was incomparably powerful. Without a year's time, he could forget about sucking Lin Ling dry. Too lazy to explain, Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. Not bad talent. To show my respect, I'll take care of you. With a punch, a fierce physical strength erupted, forcing Feng Xianyue back. His face was ugly, at least 5 million worlds worth of physical strength. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered. The first stage of talent fusion, another punch. Rumble. Feng Xianxia retreated again. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he held it back and exclaimed, "At least 6 million worlds worth of physical strength." His heart was like thunder. How could young Master Dragon God's strength still increase? Is that so? Lin Ling used the second stage of talent fusion, 7 million worlds worth of physical strength. Pooh. This time, Feng Xianxia spat out blood. When his fist collided with Lin Ling's, any divine power was shattered, and the bones in his arm also cracked. It could still increase? His heart was no longer roaring, but completely exploding. Looking at the King of Medicine in the distance, he was also shocked. He thought that 3 incense sticks of time would be enough to deal with young Master Dragon God, but now, it seemed that Feng Xianxia was completely suppressed. "You're arrogant, you're crazy enough. Let's see how long you can last." Suddenly, Feng Xianxia roared. The hope in his heart was on those green bugs. Young Master Dragon God would definitely be sucked to death by him. Life return. He chanted silently in his heart, and the green wind swirled around him, feeding the essence, qi, and spirit back into his body. "Come, let's hurt each other. Let's see who can last longer." After the energy returned, Feng Xianxia had recovered somewhat and smiled confidently. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Ling's mouth curled up. He had to admit that Feng Xianxua's talent was indeed impressive. He kept absorbing his opponent's energy and fed it back to himself. In this way, he became stronger and stronger while his opponent became weaker and weaker. However, Lin Ling did not say much. He raised his fist and smashed. Bang bang bang. At first, Feng Xianxia was still very confident, but gradually he felt that something was wrong, because the speed of his injuries was faster than his recovery. On the other hand, young Master Dragon God's energy was being absorbed, but the more he fought, the more energetic he became. Unknowingly, 3 incense sticks of time had passed. In the eyes of the King of Medicine, Feng Xianxua's body was full of injuries, and he was in a sorry state. On the other hand, young Master Dragon God was full of energy, and there was no sign of fatigue at all. Bang! Then, under Lin Ling's punch, Feng Xianxia finally could not take it anymore and was smashed to the ground, causing a sandstorm to rise into the sky. How can this be? Feng Xianxia kept vomiting blood and shaking his head. He could not understand at all. "Because I have 7 dantians, 7 great talents. It's that simple." Lin Ling walked step by step towards Feng Xianxia, looking down at him as he spoke. How can there be such a monster? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Feng Xianxia looked as if he had seen a monster. 7 dantians? 7 great talents? What kind of remarkable ability was that? Could it be that this was the true divine talent of young Master Dragon God? Chapter 45:18. Wait! Feng Xianxia was thoroughly regretting his actions. He finally realized that the idiotic prodigal was referring to himself. Bang! Lin Ling shook his head and stomped his foot on Feng Xianxua's chest, crushing his energy center. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Feng Xianxua's mouth, reaching more than 5 meters high. "Who are you?" I've never seen such a powerful martial progenitor." Feng Xianxua died with his eyes wide open. If every martial progenitor was as powerful as Lin Ling, there was no need for them to cultivate. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Lin Ling exerted some force with his foot. With a loud boom, Feng Xianxua was crushed into powder. However, before he died, he could finally die in peace because of the name Lei Gong Lin Ling. He knew that his death was justified. Lei Gong Lin Ling. On the other side, the King of Medicine's expression changed drastically. Lei Gong Lin Ling was one of the 4 great deities of the 9 prefectures. His strength was comparable to that of the 10 orthodoxies. He was not someone that the disciples of the orthodoxies could afford to offend. Ironically, the orthodoxies did not go to the 9 prefectures to find trouble with Lei Gong Lin Ling. Instead, the disciples of the orthodoxies took the initiative to offend Lei Gong. Run! The King of Medicine wanted to retreat and quickly ran away. "Master Lei Gong, spare my life, spare my life. I was blind to not recognize you. I hope that you can be magnanimous and spare my life." Her voice was filled with panic. There was no longer any arrogance in her voice. It was as if she had met her own master. Swoosh. However, Lin Ling's speed exploded. He arrived in front of the king of medicine in an instant and reached out his hand. Squeak squeak. The Venus flytrap on the king of medicine's shoulder immediately protected its master. It turned into a giant mouth in the air and was about to swallow Lin Ling. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling did not slow down and snorted coldly. On his shoulder, little Kunlun rushed out and turned into countless vines that tightly bound the huge mouth. Lin Ling's arm passed through and grabbed the medicine king's neck. Lord Lei Gong, spare my life, spare my life. The medicine king did not dare to resist and could only beg for mercy. In fact, after knowing Lin Ling's name, she had already lost the will to resist. Bang. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling spare her? If she leaked the news, Lin Ling could forget about finding Sima Ruochen. Run. Once she died, the remaining people panicked. Without a leader, they fled in all directions. Of course, the radiant golden dragon wouldn't let them escape. Its dragon body swam as it slaughtered them. Lin Ling watched calmly as the radiant golden dragon made its move. He would only personally deal with the few fish that escaped the net. Blood was spilling, sand was drifting. Unknowingly, this desert had quietly turned into a purgatory. More than 50 deities and a few orthodoxy's disciples had come to kill Lin Ling and the medicine king. Now, all of them were annihilated. The radiant golden dragon had also collected the treasures on the ground and walked over with a smile. Apparently, the harvest was good. Master and the others are so strong. The young girl had been quietly watching the scene. Seeing the dragon god flying in the sky and Lin Ling walking slowly on the ground, she would never forget this scene for the rest of her life. This was the strong person she had been pursuing all her life. In the future, she wanted to become so strong that if anyone dared to bully her or kill her, she would retaliate. All right, let's go. Lin Ling, who was walking back, smiled at the young girl. Good, good, good. The young girl's eyes were filled with admiration. Then she followed Lin Ling through the void and left the fragment of the realm of the gods. After passing through the void, the three of them appeared on the street again. The street was still empty. Apparently, the people nearby knew that the orthodoxy's disciples had sealed off the street and no one was allowed to enter. Therefore, in the restaurants and inns outside the street, many people were drinking and waiting for a good show. Dragon Valley? Hee, they must have been wiped out. Someone held a wine glass, took a sip, and smiled. Of course, they sent out 3 orthodoxy's disciples and more than 50 deities. It would be strange if the 2 idiots from the dragon tribe survived. Someone laughed. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance of the street. However, at this moment, a vague figure appeared. Everyone stopped eating and drinking and looked over with smiles on their faces. However, everyone was stunned when they saw who it was. Because it was Prince Dragon God and the others who had walked out. Bang. The person who was drinking was so shocked that he broke the wine glass in his hand. The wine spilled all over his body, but he did not feel it at all. Could it be that the orthodoxy's disciples let them go? Seeing Lin Ling and the others walking further and further away, someone finally spoke in a panic. That should be it. More people agreed with this idea. Therefore, they also waited there quietly. However, after waiting for a long time, the street was still quiet. Not to mention the orthodoxy's disciples, even the 50 deities were nowhere to be seen. As a result, a strange atmosphere suddenly spread in the restaurants and lingered in the hearts of the people. Could it be that those who went to kill Prince Dragon God were all dead? Could it be that those 2 were ferocious dragons crossing the river? At this thought, the people's faces turned even paler. At this moment, Lin Ling had finally arrived at the other side of the city under the guidance of the young girl. There were many cavern dwellings there. They looked very simple and crude. A martial artist lived in each of the cavern dwellings. They were cultivating there. However, compared to the city, the cultivation environment here was obviously much worse. Other than being safer, there was nothing good about it. At some point, it was even worse than the void of the 9 continents. Grandpa, we're back. The young girl led Lin Ling and the others to one of the cavern dwellings. Then she shouted worriedly. An old man walked out from the cave abode. He was senile and his face was pitch black, as if he had been poisoned. But after he walked out, he looked at Lin Ling and Qin Wenin in surprise, his face full of vigilance. "Grandpa, they are good people." The young girl told the story of how she met Lin Ling. She even told the story of how Lin Ling and the others killed the orthodoxy's disciples. Lin Ling allowed the young girl to speak. This was because he knew that the old man was not as innocent as the young girl. He was guarded against people. Therefore, if he did not tell the story clearly, the old man might not help him. What? The orthodoxy's disciples were also killed? As the old man listened, his body trembled even more violently. This was because he knew how strong the orthodoxy's disciples were. They could be said to be invincible among the middle-stage lower deities. Moreover, he heard from his granddaughter that this person defeated the orthodoxy's disciples as easily as drinking water. This made him even more certain of the strength of this person. Yes, they all died tragically. They wanted to kill us, but in the end, they all died. It's so satisfying, especially that king of medicine. Before he died, he panicked and kept saying, "Spare me, Lord Lei Gong. Spare me, Lord Lei Gong." When the young girl recalled the scene, she was extremely excited and emotional. "Lei Gong? You mean Lei Gong?" The old man's body trembled. He obviously knew more. Then he looked at Lin Ling in shock. One of the 4 great deities of the 9 continents, Lei Gong? Chapter 45:19. Plop. The old man immediately knelt down and almost kowtowed. Although it was his first time meeting Lin Ling, he had heard of Lei Gong's name in the godly land of the Broken Realm. He was a god, the god of Jiuzhou, one of the few who could reach the top of the pyramid among the billions of warriors in the void. The girl next to him was a little confused. Why did her grandfather have such a big reaction? "Kneel down. Kneel down." The old man did not wait for the girl to react and pulled her to kneel down. "Get up." Lin Ling smiled and helped the old man and the girl up. The old man was shocked. He thought that Lei Gong would be difficult to talk to and would be extremely majestic. He did not expect him to be so approachable. "Let's talk inside." Lin Ling looked at the cave and said. Then the old man led Lin Ling and the girl into the cave. The cave was very simple. A medicinal fragrance wafted out. There were a lot of elixir bottles and an elixir furnace in the corner. The old man was also a god. After many years of cultivation, he naturally knew some alchemy skills. However, the injuries of a god could not be cured by ordinary elixirs, so the elixirs he refined could only temporarily suppress the injury. "Grandfather, the young master gave me 4 drops of jade cicada's essence. They can definitely cure your injury." The girl took out a jade bottle and smiled excitedly. Jade cicada's essence. The old man trembled. He had heard of this treasure. It was said that it only existed in the divine realm. In the current era, it was difficult to find even a drop of it. "Little Yi, why don't you thank the young master? You have met a benefactor," the old man said to the girl. Then he looked at Lin Ling gratefully. In the end, he did not know what to say. He knew very well that a big shot like Lei Gong would not care about the life and death of an insignificant person like him. His granddaughter was lucky to have met such a big shot. The young girl stared at her grandfather, who was obviously different from usual. She couldn't believe it. She suddenly asked, "Grandpa, the young master wants to know about Sima Ruochen. I heard you mention this name before." I know. Back then, I once passed through a dense forest and saw 2 strong cultivators fighting. One of them was called Sima Ruochen, and this name was called out by the other person. He seemed to be Sima Ruochen's junior brother, but there seemed to be some conflict between them. My junior brother was also killed by Sima Ruochen. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have been killed as well. However, I was still injured by Sima Ruochen, and I haven't recovered from that injury yet. The old man said immediately. This also made Lin Ling realize that the old man's current injuries were most likely left behind in the past. They had been suppressed by the old man for a long time, and only now had they completely erupted. "Do you know where I can find him?" Lin Ling quickly asked. As long as he killed Sima Ruochen, he would be able to obtain the key to the 8th floor of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. He believed that no one would miss out on such news. He's in the Purging Villa, and he's the Villa Master. His name is Purging Lin, and he's also the 3rd disciple of the Desolate Yuan Orthodoxy. This Purging Villa is quite famous in the east of the city. Because Sima Ruochen is a disciple of the Orthodoxy, many people came to learn martial arts from him. The old man said, "Purging Villa." Lin Ling remembered this name, and then took out many treasures to give to the old man. At first, the old man was embarrassed to accept them, but when Lin Ling mentioned the young girl, he finally accepted those treasures in order to protect his granddaughter. Lord Lei Gong, I eavesdropped on the conversation between Sima Ruochen and his junior brother. I know that Sima Ruochen is very powerful, and his strength is stronger than what he appears to be. His goal is to become an orthodoxy, and he seems to be from the era of the gods. If you want to find him, you must be careful. The old man saw that Lin Ling was about to leave. It's open, he hurriedly reminded. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He didn't really care. As long as he saw Sima Ruochen, he would definitely explode with the power of thunder and kill him. We killed a disciple of the orthodoxy. Although this matter has nothing to do with you, the orthodoxies will inevitably find trouble with you. So it's better for you to leave the broken divine land. Go to the dragon tribe and look for the old dragon god. Let him arrange for you to go to the void of the 9 states. That's my territory. In the state of the spirit, there will be people who will take care of you. If you encounter any trouble in the void of the 9 states, just say my name. Lin Ling looked at the old man and the young girl and said, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The old man's eyes were moist, and he even knelt down to Lin Ling. He knew very well that if he could obtain the protection of Lord Lei Gong in the void of the 9 states, then no one would dare to provoke him in the void of the 9 states. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The young girl's eyes were also moist. In this lifetime, she would never forget Lei Gong's great kindness. Lin Ling had already left with the golden dragon of light. According to the old man's directions, they were heading towards the Purging Manor. As long as we kill Sima Ruochen, then we have nothing to fear anymore. Even if all 10 orthodoxies come, I am confident that I can escape unscathed. Golden Dragon of Light, I have a feeling that things will be a little troublesome from now on, so you should return to the Dragon Valley first. While moving forward, Lin Ling also said to the Golden Dragon of Light, "No, I promised Lord Dragon God to help you. Before you leave, I will not leave." Hearing this, the Golden Dragon of Light stubbornly shook its head and said with a smile, "I know you are afraid that once the battle starts, you won't be able to take care of me. Don't worry, before I came out with you, Lord Dragon God had already given me a purple scale. If things get out of hand, I only need to crush the purple scale. This will ensure my safety." If that's the case, then all right. Lin Ling could only nod his head. Although he did not know what the purple scale was, Lord Dragon God was no fool. If he could give it to the Golden Dragon of Light so solemnly, then it must be a very good life-saving treasure. While they were heading towards the Purging Manor, the 10 orthodoxies were also in chaos. "Lord Dragon God actually killed our disciple. Does he have a death wish? Moreover, Lord Dragon God even crippled our Rong. Lord Orthodoxy, you must stand up for us. Otherwise, the Dragon Tribe will ride on our heads." The news of Feng Xianyue and the others' disappearance had spread to the orthodoxies. This undoubtedly caused an uproar among the 10 orthodoxies. The orthodoxies' faces were also cold because this matter was a slap to their faces. If they did not do anything, others would think that the 10 orthodoxies were afraid of the Dragon Tribe. Find them and seal the shattered divine land. Ask the immortal spirit hegemony nation for help. We must make those 2 stay. A dignified voice was heard. The 10 orthodoxies were furious. They wanted to turn the entire shattered divine land upside down to find Lord Dragon God and his disciple. They wanted to see if their courage was greater than the heavens. Chapter 45:20. We're here. At this time, the light golden dragon beside him smiled and spoke. Below the mountains, a magnificent villa was built along the mountain. This villa was obviously old, ancient, and fragrant. Wisps of mist spread out from the mountain. It was very beautiful. At the entrance of the villa, people were entering one after another. Most of them were youths. They seemed to have come because of the villa's reputation, wanting to enter the villa to learn martial arts. However, these youths were not weak either. They were all martial progenitors and even had divine fetuses. From this point, it was clear that the godly land of Broken Domain was several times stronger than the 9 states void. Of course, this was normal. After all, the godly land of Broken Domain was the descendant of the gods during the Age of Gods. It seems that it's time for the disciple selection. Floating in the distant sky, the light golden dragon suddenly frowned and said. Lin Ling looked at the magnificent villa indifferently. He quietly activated his soul power and wraith jellyfish, enveloping the villa, wanting to find Sima Ruochen within. Bush. The wraith jellyfish flew around the mountain and hid in the dark, eavesdropping on the conversations of passers-by. This time, Villa Lord Shi is recruiting disciples again. Tsk, if we can enter the villa, then we will have a chance to meet the Lord of the Orthodoxy. However, Villa Lord Shi is very strict in recruiting disciples. They don't look at strength or cultivation, only talent. I heard that if one has mid-god talent, then they can meet Villa Lord Shi directly. Tsk, this old man is a disciple of the Orthodoxy. After searching for a while, Lin Ling did not see Villa Lord Shi. He simply recalled his wraith jellyfish and chose to use his soul power to investigate. In the magnificent villa, there were many powerful people. There were several mid-low god and 3 late-low god. Therefore, Lin Ling's soul power locked onto these 3 people. These 3 people were 2 old men and a middle-aged man. It seemed that the middle-aged man was most likely Sima Ruochen. However, the Xianyuan treasure book had left Lin Ling with all the information about Sima Ruochen. However, Lin Ling could not detect anything related to Sima Ruochen from the middle-aged man. On the contrary, the 2 old men were very respectful to the middle-aged man and called him Villa Lord. Could it be that I got the wrong person? Or, Sima Ruochen has cultivated a powerful concealment technique and blocked my detection. But that's not right. Xianyuan Bao told me that Sima Ruochen has a mysterious aura. It's hard for concealment techniques to hide, unless Sima Ruochen is beyond the Xianyuan treasure book's control, or he have a concealment technique. Lin's. He didn't expect Sima Ruochen to be so cunning and hide it so well. After that, Lin Ling entered the square prison and asked the Xianyuan treasure book. The Xianyuan treasure book was silent for a moment before telling Lin Ling that the middle-aged man was Sima Ruochen's puppet. This was a type of puppet technique which was a secret technique of the Xianyuan clan. Lin Ling nodded after getting the affirmation from the Xianyuan treasure book. He knew that he had to find a way to lure Sima Ruochen out. Lord Prison Lord, this cunning Sima Ruochen obtained the Xianyuan treasure ruler. This ruler can graft divine fetuses and improve one's cultivation. His purpose of accepting disciples was not to teach them martial arts, but to refine those juniors with powerful divine fetuses. You said that the middle-aged man was a low-level divine fetuses. The cultivation of late-stage low god? I was already surprised because Sima Ruochen had been crippled back then. His doppelganger and puppet couldn't possibly have reached the strength of a late-stage low god in such a short time. After all, it takes 100,000 years for a god to make a breakthrough. The Xianyuan treasure book said again. In that case, I have a way to lure him out. Hearing this, Lin Ling had an idea. Since Sima Ruochen liked to refine other people's divine fetuses, he just needed to show his powerful divine fetuses to lure the latter out. Bright golden dragon, let's go down. After retreating from the square prison, Lin Ling smiled at the bright golden dragon. The latter was still staring at the square prison's stone tablet in shock. However, he did not dare to ask and followed Lin Ling down to the ground. Lin Ling also told him his purpose. So that's how it is. The bright golden dragon nodded. Looking at talent? Lin Ling had 2 mid-god divine fetuses. Who could compare to him in this area? Moreover, he reckoned that Lin Ling had more than 2 mid-god divine fetuses. The 2 walked side by side. They were getting closer and closer to the purging dust manor. Up ahead, they could hear the noise of bustling noise. I have a 5th grade lower god divine fetus. I can definitely enter the purging dust manor. You dare to be proud of this little talent? I have an 8th grade lower god divine fetus now. He Zilong, when did your talent increase? You must know that increasing the divine fetus is much harder than increasing one's cultivation. Before they even reached the main gate, the young elites were already fighting fiercely. The one who shouted that he had an 8th grade lower god divine fetus had undoubtedly attracted countless gazes. An 8th grade divine fetus was already an incomparably rare talent. Entering the purging dust manor was something that was set in stone. Out of the way. An 8th grade divine fetus dares to be arrogant? Without a 10th grade lower god fetus, all of them are clay chickens and pottery dogs. But at this moment, the sound of galloping horse hooves could be heard. Then, a cloud of dust could be seen behind them as a large group of experts wearing armor galloped over. Everywhere they passed, they were incomparably domineering. The leader of the group was an old man with a flaming whip in his hand. When he swung it, the people in the middle of the road were swept away, smashing into the ground and spitting out blood. It's Lei Yuzhou of the Immortal Spirit Hegemony country. His father is one of the 7 divine generals of the Immortal Spirit Hegemony country. He's here. 3 years ago, Lei Yuzhou said that he wanted to enter the purging dust manor. He must have come for the lightning heaven-breaking technique. Seeing the group of tyrannical cavalry, the faces of the youths lining up in front of the manor changed, and they quietly made way for them. The Immortal Spirit Hegemony nation was a friendly nation of the 10 sections. Because of the close relationship between the primogenitor and the 10 sects, the 10 sects gave them face and allowed them to come and go as they pleased. At this time, I want to see the manor lord and take him as my teacher. Among the cavalry, a handsome youth laughed loudly. He wore a white suit of armor and looked wise and mighty. He was a dragon amongst men. However, he was relatively young, so his current strength was only at the martial god realm. Of course, compared to others of the same age, his cultivation level was clearly higher by a large margin. The old man who was opening the way for him constantly swung his flaming whip. Even though there was no one blocking the way, in order to display the might of a young master, he continued to swing his whip. The crackling sounds came from all around, as if he was setting off firecrackers. Chapter 45:21. What kind of trash are you? You actually dared to whip me. Looking at the person who made the move, he was incomparably powerful, and his voice was filled with disdain. Who are you? Do you want to die? Men kill him. Lei Yuzhou had come here with pride, but now that he had lost face, how could he swallow this anger? With a wave of his hand, the cavalry behind him charged towards that person. Get out of here. However, that person roared angrily and released his dragon breath. All the divine horses were so frightened that they raised their front hooves, and the experts on the horses also fell to the ground. Dragon Clan. This scene caused many people to be extremely shocked. Lei Yuzhou's face also changed. Why did he run into the Dragon Clan? However, although the Dragon Clan was powerful, they had never dared to provoke the Immortal Spirit Nation. Dragon race? How dare you? Did the dragon god of your dragon race eat shit? Or did he die? He didn't keep an eye on you dogs and let you dogs bite people everywhere. Lei Yuzhou pointed at the man and cursed. You can scold me, but scold our Lord Dragon God? That person's face instantly turned ugly, and he wanted to attack again. I'll do it. However, someone suddenly walked out from behind him. It was Lin Ling. Then he pounced towards Lei Yuzhou. Lei Yuzhou looked at him with disdain and said to his mount, "Kick him to death." His mount was a divine flood dragon called the Fengtian Divine Chariot. It was the offspring of a flood dragon and a divine horse, and its power was terrifying. Lu. The mystical horse looked thin and weak, but its muscles and bones were like iron. When it heard its master's words, it suddenly raised its legs and stared fiercely at Lin Ling, its eyes as red as blood. This divine steed was different from the other divine steeds. It was a carnivore, as if it wanted to eat the person who came. The ferocious aura seemed to cover the sky and the earth. It immediately caused the people in the distance to tremble and panic in their hearts. However, whether it was a divine chariot or a godly dragon, they were nothing in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling leaped high into the air and struck down with his palm. Bang! The sturdy divine chariot's bones trembled as it was smashed into meat paste. But such a bloody scene made some of the youths who had just started practicing martial arts vomit in fright. Lei Yuzhou, who was sitting on the divine chariot, fell to the ground. His expression changed drastically. His divine chariot was not even afraid of deities. How could it be killed with a single blow? He rolled and crawled, trying to stand up, but a foot quickly landed on his body, stomping him into the ground. "Apologize and you won't die." A cold voice drifted into his ears at the same time, causing him to turn around and find that it was the young man in the blue and white robe. "My father is the divine commander of the immortal spirit nation. You dare to ask me to apologize? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave this godly soil?" Although Lei Yuzhou was afraid of Lin Ling's strength, his background was not small, so his bones were very tough. How could the descendant of a divine general beg for mercy so easily? The divine marshal of the immortal spirit empire? Lin Ling laughed. If he remembered correctly, he, Lin Ling, had killed millions of soldiers from the immortal spirit nation in the Zhu'erok's cave. How dare a mere descendant of a divine commander act so arrogantly in front of him? "What? Are you afraid?" Lei Yuzhou sneered when he saw that Lin Ling was only smiling without speaking. "Afraid?" Lin Ling shook his head. He humiliated the dragon god, and now he only asked Lei Yuzhou to apologize, yet he was still so arrogant? "I'm not afraid of anyone here. At least, in this void, no one can make me afraid." Lin Ling said indifferently. "How arrogant!" Everyone in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. What kind of courage did he have to say such words? After all, not to mention the entire void, even the experts of the purging dust manor were enough to make this arrogant young man suffer. "Ha, what a joke, what a joke. You're indeed a frog at the bottom of a well." Lei Yuzhou laughed mockingly. "Frog at the bottom of a well?" Lin Ling did not bother to say more, because he was already in the sky. What was the point of looking at the sky? He stomped his foot, and with a crack, the armor on Lei Yuzhou's arm shattered, followed by the bones in his arm. His entire arm went limp like a pile of mud. Can you still laugh now?" Lei Yuzhou let out a painful cry, and the soldiers around him also roared. However, their young master was already under someone's foot, so they did not dare to act rashly. "I'm not interested in explaining anything to an ant like you. Now apologize?" Lin Ling said coldly and raised his foot again. "Apologize, I apologize." Lei Yuzhou could only swallow the humiliation and said with gritted teeth, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have humiliated the dragon god. Compared to the dragon god, I'm just a fart." Louder. Lin Ling shouted again. Damn it. Lei Yuzhou did not expect that he would end up like this. He shouted, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have humiliated the dragon god. Compared to the dragon god, I'm just a fart." His voice was like thunder, spreading everywhere. People did not expect the blue-robed young man to be so arrogant. If he was not convinced, he would beat him until he was convinced. "It's him." Among the crowd, a few people's pupils constricted. The one leading them was young Master Rong, who was crippled by Lin Ling not long ago. Because he heard that the Manor Lord had the ability to restore people's dantian, he came here out of admiration. Who knew that he would meet young Master Dragon God again? The orthodoxies are all looking for young Master Dragon God. Who knew that they would come here? Hurry! Hurry and inform the Master. Hurry! The people around young Master Rong were secretly delighted, but young Master Rong's eyes were red. This time, that arrogant young Master Dragon God is dead for sure. Of course, in front of the future strength of the strong, he did not dare to be arrogant, because he also saw how young Master Dragon God crippled people without a word. He was very arrogant. Enough. Do you think the Washing Dust Manor is your Dragon Valley? Doing whatever you want here, You have no respect for your elders. Hurry! At this time, several strong people walked out of the manor. The one leading them was a tall woman, very strong, with the strength of a god. Her appearance was delicate and pretty, but she had a dignified aura, which made it difficult for people to approach her. She was one of the teachers of the Washing Dust Manor, called Teacher Xiao. Previously, she saw that there was a lot of noise outside the manor, so she brought the teachers out, and then she saw this scene. Of course, the blue-robed young man's arrogance was one thing, but he also said that in this void, there was no one who could make him afraid. He was simply a frog at the bottom of a well, short-sighted. Those who learned martial arts hated this kind of arrogant people the most. What? I can't fight and kill outside the manor? Lin Ling looked up and said indifferently to the woman. You still dare to talk back? Teacher Xiao was stunned. She did not think that Lin Ling would dare to be so arrogant to her. He humiliated our Dragon Valley, so this is our Dragon Valley's matter. Could it be that your manor also wants to interfere with Dragon Valley's matters? Chapter 45:22. Fine, I don't care. However, you must be here to learn from a master. Don't think that just because you come from the Dragon Valley, you can enter the Cleansing Dust Villa. Our Cleansing Dust Villa looks at character, not origin. You will be eliminated. Teacher Xiao fiercely said. Not looking at origin, why didn't you high and mighty people come and teach this trash a lesson before? However, Lin Ling's next sentence left Teacher Xiao and the others speechless once more. If Lei Yuzhou didn't have a great background, would he dare to be so tyrannical? Thus, Teacher Xiao's words were like slapping their own faces. You have a sharp tongue. With your personality, you won't go far on the martial path. Remember, there is always someone better. Not to mention our Cleansing Dust Villa. Do you know the 10 orthodoxies? Do you know the experts of the Immortal Spirit Kingdom? Have you been to the other side of the Kaiyuan River? There is the 9 provinces void there. There are 4 gods, the Curishan, the Titanic Crescent God, Eugene, and the youngest Lei Gong. If these people were in front of you, would you dare to say you aren't afraid? Not to mention the Spirit Kingdom and the U-Continent Divine Ruler. I know you won't believe anything I say right now, but I can tell you that you will only be like this for the rest of your life. If I am wrong in the future, you can come find me at any time. If you want me to apologize, I won't refuse. Teacher Xiao couldn't swallow this anger and shouted, a true martial artist, a true genius, is humble and polite, avoiding arrogance and impatience. The current number 1 genius of the void, Lei Gong Lin Ling, has this temperament, which is why he became a god that cannot be underestimated at such a young age. One of them, compared to him, you are nothing. When she mentioned Lei Gong, a trace of worship appeared in Teacher Xiao's eyes. In the depths of her eyes, there was even a trace of yearning. A yearning to see Lei Gong's glory with her own eyes. Unfortunately, she also knew that the possibility of this was very low. After all, Lei Gong and the Godbreak domain were people of 2 different universes. Lei Gong Lin Ling? Hearing that, the radiant golden dragon was flabbergasted. This stern teacher actually used Lin Ling to teach Lin Ling a lesson? He almost laughed out loud. Lin Ling shook his head. You're right, but I hope you won't be too excited when you see me become a god in the future. You! Teacher Xiao laughed disdainfully. The other teachers also laughed disdainfully. They didn't think highly of Lin Ling's future at all. All right, don't waste your breath on him. Let's start the review. An old man said faintly. With a wave of his right hand, a crystal rock the size of a small mountain floated down from the villa. This is a crystal embryo stone. It is the undeveloped talent of a high god's divine embryo. Because the embryo died in the womb, it turned into this kind of stone. It can be used to assess one's talent. Remember, what is being assessed this time is talent, not strength. Having strength doesn't mean you can enter the Purging Dust Villa. The old man looked majestically at the crowd. Of course, most of his attention was still on Lin Ling. Before, Lin Ling's strength was strong, but that didn't mean his talent was higher than Lei Yuzhou's. Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't escape the fate of being eliminated. One by one. Remember, those with a lesser god's divine embryo of the 5th rank can enter our purging dust villa to practice martial arts. Our villa has many divine abilities. We don't need to say more, you should all know. And those below the 5th rank, then I'm sorry, we won't accept anyone. Following the old man's final words, the youths went to touch the crystal embryo stone one after another. 4th rank divine embryo, fail. 3rd rank divine embryo, fail. 5th rank divine embryo, fail. The old man continued to shout, and after the last word, the eliminated youth's face changed greatly. I have a 5th rank divine embryo, why did I fail? I said before that those with a 5th rank divine embryo can enter the purging dust villa, but that's just barely enough. If your temperament and character aren't up to par, as teachers, we have the right to eliminate you. If you want to have a 100% chance of entering, you need to be at least a 7th rank. The old man said expressionlessly. Without a doubt, the youth's face instantly dimmed. 6th rank divine embryo, very rare lightning element talent, pass. 8th rank divine embryo, although it's the most common water element talent, it can pass. Tiski, 9th rank divine embryo, pass, you have the chance to see the villa head. Next, the old man looked at the crystal embryo stone and continued to speak. As for the youths who were accepted, they were so excited that their faces turned red and their words became incoherent. The youths this time all have pretty good talent. A 9th rank divine embryo actually appeared. If they're nurtured well, they'll definitely be able to see the orthodoxy's lord in the future. The teachers were whispering to each other. At this time, Lei Yuzhou suddenly walked out and stopped not far from Lin Ling. He looked at Lin Ling arrogantly and said, "Oof, Dragon Valley guy, you're awesome, you're fierce, you're strong, but let me tell you, this is a test of talent, not strength. Based on talent, I'm going to crush you and kick you out of the purging dust villa." Everyone's attention was instantly attracted, but they were unanimously xenophobic and gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune. After all, Lin Ling was a member of the Dragon Tribe, not a member of the Broken Holy Land. Naturally, they hoped that Lei Yuzhou would crush Lin Ling. Then, Lei Yuzhou strode forward, came to the crystal embryo stone, and slammed his palm hard. An incomparably bright light bloomed. 1st rank divine embryo of a mid-god. When this light bloomed, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A mid-god divine embryo, without a doubt, this person would be a deity in the future and would become a famous person in the void. Like father, like son. Yes. An old man exclaimed in admiration. As expected of the son of a divine general. This Lei Yuzhou is qualified to meet the villa master. A mid-god divine embryo, our purging dust villa hasn't seen one for many years. Teacher Xiu's face was also full of smiles. His eyes suddenly looked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling had spoken arrogantly before, so he should feel inferior now. Don't think that a moment of strength means everything. Lei Yuzhou could surpass him at any time. Lei Yuzhou naturally looked at Lin Ling proudly. A mid-god divine embryo was extremely rare. He knew this very well. He didn't believe that this arrogant young man also had such talent. Why don't you dare to speak? If you can surpass me, I'll eat that pile of rotten meat on the spot. Lei Yuzhou said proudly to Lin Ling in order to regain his lost face. He was referring to the divine chariot that Lin Ling had killed. That divine chariot had turned into a pile of rotten meat. Chapter 45-23. After saying this, Teacher Xiu turned around. To the washing dust villa, to be able to receive a god with a divine embryo this year was already the greatest harvest. The others weren't worth mentioning and were dispensable. Under her voice, the people who were accepted all smiled excitedly and followed Teacher Xiu into the villa. Wait, I want to ask, how do you all become teachers? Since you can't treat everyone equally, why would you want to be a teacher? Why not be a dog? Because dogs look down on people. Yes. But at this time, Lin Ling also spoke up. With one sentence, he compared all the teachers to dogs. At this moment, everyone turned around to look at Lin Ling, tongue-tied and in disbelief. This dragon fellow actually dared to compare the villa's teachers to dogs? This was because he was eliminated, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation. What are you saying? All the teachers' faces were ashen, their anger rising. What are you trying to say? Do you know that with your words, you've already humiliated our villa? If you don't apologize, I can guarantee that you'll regret coming here. Teacher Xiu also looked at Lin Ling sternly, as if her patience with Lin Ling had run out. What I want to say is, what does your washing dust villa do? Could it be that it's a tourist attraction? Lin Ling ignored the various gazes of the crowd and said indifferently, "Tourist attraction?" Some people heard this and almost laughed until their stomachs hurt. This guy really dared to speak. You dare! Contrary to the crowd, Teacher Xiu couldn't hold it in anymore and wanted to do something, but at this time, Lin Ling spoke again. Answer me, what does the washing dust villa do? And what do you all do? Hearing that tone, not only was there no guilt, there was no panic. Instead it was as if he was interrogating. If they didn't know Lin Ling's background, they would have thought he was some kind of god. Good, good, good. Teacher Xiu was so angry that she laughed. Her jade-like hands behind her back were already preparing a powerful attack. However, in the end, she still did not make a move. However, this did not mean that she was afraid of anything. Because with Lin Ling humiliating them, humiliating the villa, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to escape today. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he wanted to let Lin Ling know the reason behind his death. Our washing dust manor is a legacy of the Dao. We are responsible for guiding the masses and imparting martial arts. As the manor's teachers, our responsibility is to guide the rising stars of the younger generation, to help the godly land of the broken realm unearth talents. I've finished speaking. I don't know if you have any other opinions. As soon as Teacher Xiu finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and was about to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Since you are in charge of guiding the rising stars, I would like to ask, why didn't I take the test this time and you all returned to the villa? Could it be that because I made a move in front of the villa's gate, you all have a problem with me and decided not to take the test? But this is a dog looking down on people. You all can't treat everyone equally. Why do you need to be teachers? Putting the word, teacher, on you all would only blind the light of a teacher. Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see Teacher Xiu make a move and leisurely said, moreover, you want to teach me a lesson? I can guarantee that if you make a move, the one to suffer would be you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was speechless. Teacher Xiu's eyes trembled. He couldn't care less about Lin Ling's arrogant words. Instead, he was unable to refute what Lin Ling said. The group of teachers' faces were also distorted. Although they hated Lin Ling to death, but Lin Ling's words were indeed correct. Because they indeed did not treat everyone equally. This meant that in front of the manor's gate, they couldn't make a move against Lin Ling. What a cunning mouth! Teacher Xiu cursed in his heart and retracted his palm attack. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling once again slowly spoke. Also, why is it that after Lei Yuzhou's talent assessment, the disciple recruitment process ended? As for me, no one even looked at me. This is too unfair. Could it be that having a god embryo has some other meaning? As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, the manor fell silent for a moment. Following that, earth-shattering laughter rang out. Unfair? To say that it's unfair to a genius with a god embryo, this is a joke. A god embryo, 1 in 10,000. Even in the god realm of the past, it was a rare existence, not to mention the current era. This kind of dragon amongst men, a mere dragon clan youth wanted to compete with him on fairness? In reality, not to mention the godly land, even in the 9 continents, there weren't many people with a god embryo. No wonder the Purging Dust Manor placed so much importance on Lei Yuzhou. Even 3 years ago, the Purging Dust Manor already knew of Lei Yuzhou's talent. In fact, they had been waiting for Lei Yuzhou's arrival. It doesn't matter, Yang Qi said. If you have a common godly divine embryo, you'll be able to meet with the Manor Lord directly. In fact, he might even be able to take you to one of the Daoist doctrines. Teacher Xiu indifferently said. If not for Lin Ling's earlier words being reasonable, she wouldn't have bothered to speak. However, she believed that after her words, if Lin Ling had self-awareness, he would run away with his tail between his legs. Nonsense? You're the one who's nonsense. Lin Ling smiled. Now, although Lei Yuzhou has a god embryo, it doesn't mean that he has the qualifications to meet the Manor Lord. At least, I haven't shown my talent yet. Who knows, maybe the one to meet the Manor Lord will be me. Haha. Those who originally thought that the farce was over after hearing Lin Ling's words finally burst into laughter. They couldn't hold it in any longer, because they thought that Teacher Xiao had already explained the situation clearly and Lin Ling would know his own limits. Who knew that Lin Ling actually wanted to show off his talent? From the looks of it, he wanted to compete with Lei Yuzhou. Since that's the case, then let's go with his wishes. At this time, Lei Yuzhou suddenly opened his mouth and excitedly said, "Who knows, maybe this young master from the Dragon Clan is the true son of a god. The Purging Dust Manor can't miss out on such a talent." That's right. The way I see it, the one to meet the Manor Lord in the end might be this young master from the Dragon Clan. The youth beside him also burst into laughter. Of course, their words were sarcastic. They didn't think that Lin Ling had a god embryo. After all, if a random person had a god embryo, then this kind of talent was too much of a cabbage. Moreover, according to what they knew, among the younger dragon deities, there was only one who had a god embryo. It seemed to be called the Radiant Golden Dragon. Most importantly, there were people present who recognized the Radiant Golden Dragon. They were certain that it wasn't the guy who had spoken such arrogant words. Chapter 45-24. Teacher Gu, please take out the crystal embryo stone again. Teacher Xiao said to an old man next to him. Okay. The old man nodded and stared at Lin Ling. He snorted and waved his hands to take out the crystal embryo stone. Obviously, he had to spend a lot of energy to take out the crystal embryo stone, and it was all because of Lin Ling. This hateful Dragon Clan kid was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Let's see how he will explain himself when he fails. Bang! The huge crystal stone fell from the sky, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Then, it lay quietly in front of the villa. At this moment, everyone revealed a gloating smile. Among everyone, only the bright golden dragon clenched his fists. At this moment, he suddenly felt excited. The godly land of the broken domain had always looked down on the dragon race. Now, Lin Ling was going to give them a slap in the face. This would also raise the prestige of the dragon race, especially when he thought about how Lei Yuzhou had scolded the Dragon Clan. Now, the Dragon Clan was going to give Lei Yuzhou a slap in the face. Such a scene was undoubtedly very satisfying. Compared to the bright golden dragon's excitement, Lin Ling's reaction was very calm. He had been arrogant before, but not because he wanted to prove himself. In fact, he did not have the time to compete with these small fries. His purpose was to attract Sima Ruochen's attention. Now he had achieved his goal. All that was left was to show his talent. Lin Ling walked steadily to the crystal embryo stone and slowly stretched out his hand. At this moment, his face was as calm as an ancient well, as if he was doing the most normal thing. However, in the eyes of the people, Lin Ling was obviously guilty. Because if Lin Ling really had some powerful talent, he would be very excited and eager to show it. How could he maintain his calmness? It's hard to stop halfway. He's been too pretentious. Someone laughed gloatingly. However, when Lin Ling's hand touched the crystal embryo stone, a strong light bloomed, and the dragon's power soared to the sky. Boom! The mountain-like crystal embryo stone shook violently, and an ancient dragon aura gushed out from the stone. Those who were close to the crystal embryo stone all trembled as if they had seen the most ancient dragon god. Such might was simply comparable to the Thunder Universe. Mid-God Divine Embryo. The group of teachers pointed at the crystal embryo stone, speaking incoherently, their faces flushed red. One must know that Mid-God Divine Fetus was 1 in 10,000, especially among the younger generation. This could be seen from the Dragon Clan. In the entire Dragon Valley, there was only one radiant golden dragon. And now, yet another dragon youth possessed a god-level divine embryo. At this moment, the entire villa was silent. Everyone's mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. Most importantly, this result came too suddenly, very suddenly. What the hell is going on? This piece of trash is also a godly embryo. Lei Yuzhou was undoubtedly the angriest. He felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. He had thought that he was the only one who could see the Manor Lord, and he would enjoy all the glory today. However, someone else had to share his pride. This. Teacher Xiao's delicate face was filled with embarrassment. In fact, she had never liked Lin Ling. She thought that Lin Ling bullied the weak just because he had some strength. Therefore, she had always wanted Lin Ling to see reality clearly. She was even prepared to teach Lin Ling a lesson if his performance was ordinary. However, she was obviously disappointed. Not only could she not teach Lin Ling a lesson, but now she had to respect Lin Ling even more because Lin Ling was very likely to see the Manor Lord. Teacher Xiao, now that there is one more god-level divine embryo, which one of us is going to see the Manor Lord? Lei Yuzhou gritted his teeth and asked Teacher Xiao. The one with the highest talent will go. You are on the same level as him. Both of you, go together. Teacher Xiao looked at Lin Ling with a frown and said awkwardly. Moreover, she saw that Lin Ling was looking at her. Although he looked calm, she did not know why his calm face seemed to be mocking her. Therefore, she did not dare to look at Lin Ling. Together. Lei Yuzhou frowned and said, everything is first come, first served. Although he is on the same level as me, I have shown my talent before him. He is the second, so he has to go after me. He had been beaten up by Lin Ling and had lost to Lin Ling. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted Lin Ling to be below him so that he could regain his lost face. Who said that you are on the same level as me? You are just a junior. You don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as me. However, Lin Ling said disdainfully as soon as Lei Yuzhou finished his words. His words shocked the cleansing dust villa once again. Everyone's mind was filled with the word, not worthy. What an arrogant tone. I don't deserve it. Lei Yuzhou sneered. This young master of the Dragon Clan was on the same level as him. What right did he have to say such words? Boom. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the crystal embryo stone shook violently again. Then, an endless amount of dragon might shot into the sky and condensed into a lifelike dragon god in the sky. This dragon god shone with Buddhist light and was sacred and majestic. Waves of the most ancient dragon god's aura spread out and shocked the entire divine land. Plop. Some of the weaker people did not retreat but fell to the ground in shock. Their faces were extremely pale. At least a second-grade divine embryo. An old man's legs gave way and he fell to the ground in fright. As a teacher, he was scared out of his wits. This was because a second-grade divine embryo was even rarer. It could be said that in the entire broken divine land, there were less than 20 people with such talent. This meant that this young master of the Dragon Clan would not only become a god in the future, but also an outstanding god. Silence. The purging dust manor was dead silent. This kind of silence had not appeared for millions of years. The young men were terrified. The teachers were in awe. Teacher Xiao was speechless. Now, did she still have the right to reprimand Lin Ling? No, not at all. Ha! Among everyone, only the radiant golden dragon was smiling. He was smiling with incomparable excitement because this was the first time the light of the dragon race had shone on the godly land of the broken realm. No one dared to underestimate the Dragon Valley anymore. Unfortunately, it was only in the purging dust manor. If only the light of the Dragon Clan shone on the entire broken divine land. Tell me, do you deserve it? In the silence, Lin Ling looked at Lei Yuzhou and asked. His gentle question was like a loud slap to Lei Yuzhou's face. In terms of talent, what could Lei Yuzhou compare to? Lin Fan had 2 talents. Even the weakest talent was on par with him. One of them far surpassed him. I don't deserve it. Lei Yuzhou gritted his teeth. Although he did not want to admit it, he knew that he did not deserve to be compared to Lin Ling. Chapter 45-25. His words were as arrogant and domineering as ever. However, even if the people were unhappy, they did not dare to object on the surface. Because they all knew that in terms of talent, none of them were worthy. Now, can I go and see the Manor Lord? Lin Ling spoke again. Yes. This time, it was Teacher Xiao who spoke. She was no longer as high and mighty as before. Instead, her tone was a little low. Rare. He has excellent talent and strength. The most important thing is that he has a fearless fighting spirit. Unfortunately, this kind of fighting spirit is a bit too much. If he is too fearless, he will bully others and look down on everyone. But in general, he is still a very good seedling. He should be focused on cultivating. Now, come and see me. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly rang out and spread throughout the entire purging manor. Manor Lord. Teacher Xiao and the others all bowed towards the sky with a look of worship. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's fanfare, coupled with the display of the twin dragon god's talent, had completely alarmed the Manor Lord. Manor Lord Shi. The youths were terrified because Manor Lord Shi was a disciple of an orthodoxy. In the holy land of breakage, he could be said to be above everyone else. Ordinary people were not qualified to hear his voice. And now they had all heard it. If they returned home and told others about this, they would be envious. One must know that in the holy land of breakage, orthodoxies were the most difficult to meet. Basically, one could only hear their name and not see them in person. Disciples of orthodoxies might be fated to meet them, but it also depended on seniority. For an ancient orthodoxy like Manor Lord Shi, his level of mystery was only below that of orthodoxies. You barely qualified. While everyone was shocked and envious, suddenly, an unsurprising voice rang out. It was Lin Ling again. Everyone's jaw dropped. Barely qualified? Was he talking about Manor Lord Shi? Hee, Dragon Clan kid, you're talking about me? Even the Manor Lord seemed to be very surprised. Of course, because only you are barely qualified to speak to me. Lin Ling raised his head and said, and that was indeed the case. According to seniority, Lin Ling was Lei Gong. Only the 10 orthodoxies and Xian Wuba were qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. As for Sima Ruochen, if it weren't for his age, he wouldn't even be qualified. This brat is so arrogant that he's about to defy the heavens. After hearing Lin Ling's words, many people were so shocked that they almost fainted. Because even Manor Lord Shi was barely qualified. Could it be that only orthodoxies were qualified? Of course, they all thought that Lin Ling was bragging. It was just that Lin Ling was strong and talented, so no one dared to laugh at him. What an interesting kid. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Teacher Xiao, bring him in. I'll let him know if I'm worthy or not. A loud laugh was heard. Manor Lord Shi did not seem to be angry. Instead, his heart was moved. Please come with me. Teacher Xiao also quickly walked toward Lin Ling. He looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression and then made an inviting gesture. Lin Ling nodded slightly and followed Teacher Xiao into the manor. However, he was full of disdain. Would he let him know if he was worthy or not? Sima Ruochen would know more clearly if he was worthy or not after meeting him. Lin Ling gave the light golden dragon a look and disappeared from the door. The light golden dragon's lips curled into a smile. He knew that something big was about to happen. Senior, who is he in the Dragon Clan? Why is he so powerful? Tisk TSK, double talents, and both mid-god divine fetuses. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. What's his name? I'm Chaijio. I'd like to get to know him. The surrounding youths all walked over. They no longer had the look of schadenfreude from before. Instead, their faces were full of flattery. Get lost. However, the light golden dragon had to give them face just because they wanted to flatter him? To put it bluntly, they were indeed not worthy. After being scolded by the light golden dragon, those who came to flatter him were all shut out. Their expressions were awkward and ugly. At this moment, Lin Ling was calmly following behind Teacher Xiao. His eyes were also looking at the entire purging manor. Manor Lord Shi is a disciple of the 10 orthodoxies. Moreover, his reputation is quite high among the disciples of the 10 orthodoxies. When you see him, you'd better be respectful. Teacher Xiao walked in front and suddenly said, "Are you giving me pointers?" Lin Ling looked at her and said leisurely, "Damn it." Teacher Xiao cursed. For some reason, she felt that this Dragon Clan young master had a strange aura. It was as if he was not afraid of anything. The way he looked at everyone was also a kind of contempt. You've caught the Manor Lord's eye. Therefore, I have no right to give you advice. I'm just helping you. Teacher Xiao said. If that's the case, then thank you. Lin Ling replied lazily. To be honest, I also want to respect Manor Lord Shi. However, from the looks of it, he really doesn't deserve my respect. Perhaps he'll be more respectful towards me. Lin Ling was speaking the truth. However, in Teacher Xiao's eyes, she felt that Lin Ling was being arrogant. After all, every talented prodigy would more or less look down on the experts of the older generation. Although this kind of character made her feel disdain, she did not dare to reprimand Lin Ling anymore. I know that whatever I say now is useless. However, after you've seen the Manor Lord's abilities, you won't dare to speak so arrogantly anymore. Now, let's go see the Manor Lord. Teacher Xiao said. You're right. After I see him, I won't speak so arrogantly anymore. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. His words made Teacher Xiao think that this Dragon Clan young master finally understood that there was always someone better than him. However, before she could say anything, Lin Ling continued, because I reckon that at that time, I'll be even more arrogant than I am now. That bastard! Teacher Xiao stomped her foot angrily and did not say anything else. She knew that her kind reminder had gone in one ear and out of the other. We're here. Let's go in. Moments later, Teacher Xiao stopped in front of an elegant room and pointed at the door. Lin Ling's soul power quietly probed and found nothing out of the ordinary. He immediately pushed the door open and entered. From the looks of it, he didn't greet them or knock on the door. He directly pushed the door open and entered. He didn't look like he was here to learn martial arts. He looked more like he was here to cause trouble. I hope that Manor Lord Shi can suppress his spirit. Otherwise, when we meet in the manor in the future, it won't be easy for us to talk. Teacher Xiao stared at Lin Ling with her mouth agape. Then she sighed and turned to leave. Chapter 45-26. Manor Lord, if this is all you have on the surface, I think it's better for me to return home, because you can't give me any pointers. Yes. Without waiting for anything, Lin Ling spoke faintly. What a proud junior. On the bed, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and smiled at Lin Ling. Originally, he wanted to give Lin Ling some pointers as a senior, but who knew that Lin Ling would directly put him in his place. However, this junior's talent was impressive, and even if he was arrogant, he could still tolerate it. You said that I can't give you any pointers? Then, the middle-aged man spoke softly. Lin Ling nodded. He knew very well that if he could not lure out the real Sima Ruochen, then everything would be in vain. This Sima Ruochen hid very well, and even here, Lin Ling still could not find any clues. He could only wait for Sima Ruochen to come out himself. At present, you really can't give me any pointers. I thought that the Purging Manor was famous, but after meeting you today, the Manor Lord is just SOSO. Lin Ling's words were full of disdain. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was amused. He was just a junior of the martial ancestor realm. Although he had some talent, was he qualified to say such words? A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Forget it, I'll let you see my prowess. The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously and activated his divine energy, suppressing Lin Ling with a powerful aura. He wanted to let Lin Ling know his prowess. His cultivation was a late-stage lower god, and after his divine energy was activated, his aura surged. However, Lin Ling stood there quietly with a smile on his face, as if he was in a storm, but he was not afraid. With Lin Ling's divine energy in his 7 dantians, this little bit of power could not affect him at all. You have some skills. The middle-aged man was shocked, but he still maintained his calm demeanor and smiled indifferently. Skills, I do have some, but your skills are nothing much. Lin Ling replied. Hearing this, the middle-aged man started to feel displeased. This was the first time he had seen such a cocky brat. He activated his divine power, wanting to intimidate Lin Ling into kneeling and begging for mercy. However, there was still no effect. That ferocious divine power raged all around, but Lin Ling, who was at the center, was still as steady as Mount Tai. What's going on? The middle-aged man stared at Lin Ling in astonishment. He discovered that Lin Ling was acting like a big boss. This made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. What else do you have? Come on, I'm getting impatient. Lin Ling said lazily, causing the middle-aged man to grit his teeth. How could a mere martial ancestor not be afraid of his divine might? I'll show you how powerful I am. This time, the middle-aged man displayed his martial arts foundation. Billowing martial arts great Daoists and mystiques surrounded Lin Ling like countless illusions. Is that enough? However, Lin Ling spoke again with an indifferent expression. Therefore, the martial arts mystiques were unable to affect Lin Ling's heart. What the hell? At this moment, the middle-aged man could not help but rise to his feet. He scanned the surroundings and discovered countless martial arts mystiques surrounding Lin Ling, while Lin Ling stood with one hand behind his back. Not only was he calm, he was also using his other hand to dig his nose. Are you out of your mind? Hee, I have the heavenly dragon protector with me. Your aura is unable to affect me. Sai, the so-called villa master of the cleansing dust villa, such an undeserved reputation. Lin Ling said while digging his nose. His expression and voice were filled with disdain. This. The villa master blurted out 3 words in a row. It was obvious that he was extremely shocked. Then he saw Lin Ling sigh and was about to leave. He immediately shouted, "Wait!" Because it was not easy to come across a divine fetus with 2 innate talents. How could he let him go? Most importantly, this dragon race fellow did not have a strong background. If he grafted his innate talents, his master's strength would definitely increase greatly. With such nourishment, how could he let him escape? What? Could it be that you still have some tricks up your sleeve? I'll say this first. If you only have this much ability, I'll have to pay a visit to other great teachers. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. Kid, have you heard of the saying that the true face of Mount Lu cannot be seen, only the body is fated to be in this mountain? The villa master suddenly smiled mysteriously and walked to the side of the bed step by step. His foot lightly stomped on the ground. Originally, I didn't want to let you see this so quickly. However, you've already passed my test. Therefore, you have the qualifications. Billowing smoke spread out from the ancient bed and turned into a huge whirlpool, swallowing the entire room. Lin Ling stood motionless, a smile on his face. He knew that he could finally see the real villa master. If you have the ability, follow me. The middle-aged man walked into the depths of the whirlpool. And Lin Ling, of course, followed. The huge whirlpool of smoke seemed to have no end. After walking like this for a full 3 incense sticks of time, a magnificent palace finally appeared in front of them. This palace floated above the clouds and was very mysterious. We're here. After seeing the palace, the middle-aged man's expression changed. Then he saw that Lin Ling was moved. He immediately thought that Lin Ling was shocked. In truth, he did not know that Lin Ling's expression had changed because he had finally found the villa master. A descendant of the dragon race with 2 divine fetus bodies. Truly extraordinary. At this time, another middle-aged man walked out from the palace. His appearance was different from the previous villa master. He looked younger and his long hair fell to his shoulders, giving him a more elegant feeling. In particular, there was an additional sword symbol between his eyebrows, which added a sense of majesty to his elegance. Greetings, master. The middle-aged man who brought Lin Ling in bowed respectfully. Then, his body shook and turned into a strand of hair, floating to the front of the palace. Are you surprised? The middle-aged man standing at the front of the palace stretched out his hand and took the strand of hair. Then, he looked at Lin Ling with an unfathomable expression. I know that you must be very surprised and have many questions in your heart. Then let me tell you. He is just a puppet clone of mine, and I am the real villa master. After taking back the strand of hair, the villa master spread out his hands and said with an indescribably domineering expression. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he still did not speak. You were so arrogant before. Why are you so restrained after seeing the real villa master? Or are you nervous and afraid of me? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, villa master she laughed again. His laughter contained endless carefreeness and boldness, Of course, I'll tell you another piece of news. A Villa Master Shi came from the age of the gods. In fact, I'm even more ancient than the 10 orthodoxies of today. In my eyes, they are actually bullshit. Isn't this news even more shocking to you? Chapter 45:27. Let me tell you the third piece of news. I'm not here to take you in as my disciple. Instead, I need your double dragon talent. Haha, 2 mid-god divine fetuses. TSK, that's enough for me to regain my former strength. So, you must die. Manor Lord, she shouted again. Then, he opened his arms and laughed at the sky. 2 god-level divine embryos were rare even in the era of the gods. For him to obtain such a lucky chance was something that would only happen once every 10 million years. Haha. Manor Lord Shi's voice echoed throughout the palace as if he was laughing at the heavens. However, Manor Lord Shi suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lin Ling was too calm. Not only did he not run away, he did not even say a word. Manor Lord Shi looked at Lin Ling and frowned. Lin Ling was indeed very calm. Not only was he not panicking, but he was also smiling. Smiling? Could it be that he wasn't clear enough before? Or was this kid an idiot who did not understand what he meant? Manor Lord Shi was dumbfounded. He had come from the era of the gods, but it was his first time meeting such a strange person. Are you done laughing? At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Let me tell you something too, Sima Ruochen. Sima Ruochen? Manor Lord Shi's body trembled when he heard Lin Ling's voice. I'm here to kill you. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Murderous intent filled the air and powerful divine core gushed out. You're not a martial ancestor. Manor Lord Shi's heart trembled. This young man had hidden his cultivation. He could not see through him earlier. His brows furrowed, and his expression turned ugly. He thought that the young man would be shocked when he revealed his purpose. Who knew that the young man would be so calm? Instead, he was shocked by the young man's words. Kill me? You. Sima Ruochen suppressed the shock in his heart and was obviously angry. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? There is no one in this era who knows that I am Sima Ruochen. You, whose order are you following? The Book of Xianyuan. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and spoke calmly. Treasure book? Treasure book? She's still not dead? Sima Ruochen took 3 steps back. Obviously, he was shocked again. Never had he imagined that there was actually someone who recognized the Xianyuan treasure book. She's not dead. She's here to kill me. After taking a few steps back, his legs trembled and he fell to the ground in fright. It was as if he had encountered the worst nightmare of his life. It's time for you to pay back your debt. Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and walked towards Sima Ruochen step by step. No, how could she not be dead? When Sima Ruochen saw Lin Ling walking towards him, he crawled backward with a pale face. Thanks to you, she's still alive and well. As long as she brings your head back, she'll be even more at ease. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded, scaring Sima Ruochen so much that his face turned ashen. Sure enough, the Xianyuan treasure book knew that he was still alive and would definitely come to kill him. In your dreams. Suddenly, Sima Ruochen's face became ferocious. He clapped his hands and floated up. How can I, Sima Ruochen, die here? That bitch is still alive. Why doesn't she die? She wants to kill me now? Dream on. Sima Ruochen's entire body erupted with divine essence. He had the strength of a late-stage lower deity and had reached the peak. He was only 1 step away from becoming a mid-stage lower deity. Countless swords floated out of his body like beams of light lingering around him. At this moment, he was no longer as flustered as before. He had regained his composure and dominance. Dragon Brat, you dare to kill me on behalf of the Xianyuan treasure book? You're overestimating yourself. Let me tell you, the Xianyuan treasure book is going to kill you. Spiritual sword out of the night dust, 7 swords of purple cloud, die. He pointed his finger downwards, and 10,000 swords shot towards Lin Ling. In his opinion, a mere mid-stage lower deity dared to kill him. He was overestimating himself to the extreme. You shouldn't have come. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the palace. his 10,000 swords suppressed a total of 100,000 divine powers. They would kill any god who stood in their way. Third stage. Looking at the swords shooting straight towards him, Lin Ling also let out a low cry. A gray robe appeared. The tyrannical hymn in his hand was also suddenly clenched, and a murderous aura gushed out. Although the third stage talent fusion only gave Lin Ling 40,000 divine powers, after his double dragon talent was upgraded, his physical strength had also increased greatly. Now, he had 4 great mid-stage deity talents in his body. Although the Vajra Bodhi had not reached mid-stage, it was still a 9th grade lower deity talent. When combined with the Heavenly Dragon Protector's talent, its power had increased greatly. Rumble. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. It was like a raging river, like a storm, and all the swords shooting towards him were sent flying. Swoosh. Even the cloud top was blown away by the wind, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Swoosh. One of the swords was sent flying and shot towards Sima Ruochen, who had turned around and was moving forward. The latter's expression changed drastically. He took a step and dodged, but his cheek was still cut open by the sword, and blood was flowing out. This made him look at Lin Ling in shock, his eyes wide open. A mid-stage lower deity was so powerful? Take my sword, Soapaku. Lin Ling's expression was cold. Without waiting for Sima Ruochen to speak, he slashed out with his sword again, and the blood sea roared. God steps. Sima Ruochen exclaimed. With such powerful strength and the god steps, how could he block this? Return. Sima Ruochen let out a low cry and controlled all the swords to shoot over. Clang. An ear-piercing sound was heard. Countless swords blocked a huge blood sword, but in the next moment, the 10,000 swords exploded. They could not block Lin Ling's sword at all. Who are you? Why are you so strong? Sima Ruochen flew backward and let out a shocked roar at the same time. Looking at his surroundings, the rolling clouds were also cut open by Lin Ling's sword. Looking carefully, they were in the air above the cleansing villa. Obviously, Sima Ruochen had used a great technique to move the air into a void, and usually he was hiding in this void. Rumble. After the rolling clouds were sliced apart, a terrifying energy gushed out in all directions, causing the cleansing dust villa to tremble endlessly. Countless people raised their heads and saw a shocking scene. That's the dragon youth from before. Who is that person? Everyone was shocked. Come and help me, I am Villa Lord Shi. In the sky, Villa Lord Shi also let out a roar, and at the same time, flung out a strand of hair, and the puppet clone from before appeared again. Villa Lord, we will help you. In the villa, the 2 strongest elders immediately rushed into the sky and burst out with powerful strength. Chapter 45:28. Let's see how arrogant he can still be. This time, no one can save him. Lei Yuzhou rubbed his chin and said expectantly. Looking at the other teachers, they also thought so. However, Teacher Xiu frowned and said, "That's not right. If the villa master really wanted to teach that kid a lesson, why did he have to be in such a sorry state? He even asked the 2 elders to help him." This undoubtedly made Lei Yuzhou and the others a little confused. In their opinion, Lin Ling was just a junior in the martial progenitor realm. For the gods to attack him, it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Maybe the villa master wants to make an example out of him. Lei Yuzhou said uncertainly. Who cares? Anyway, the villa master is angry. That kid is dead for sure. The others did not think so much and once again showed a mocking smile. However, was Lin Ling going to die for sure? The answer was obviously no. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the 2 elders who were charging at him and slashed out fiercely. The blood sea roared. Bang, bang. Then, 2 headless bodies fell to the ground, and the washing dust villa fell silent. Killing 2 gods with a single slash of the sword? Lei Yuzhou and Teacher Xiu's faces twitched a few times, and they could not say anything. All of their hopes were undoubtedly placed on the Villa Lord. Perhaps only the Villa Lord could suppress this tyrannical dragon clan brat. Sima Ruochen, die. However, Lin Ling did not even look at the 2 elders who were killed. He pounced on Sima Ruochen. Split. Sima Ruochen was obviously panicking. He pulled out a big clump of hair and waved it in the wind. Suddenly, countless Sima Ruochen appeared. They were all lifelike, and their strength was at the late stage of the lower deity realm. However, their talent was very ordinary, and their combat strength was weaker than a real late-stage lower deity. Let's see how you fight. The countless clones spoke at the same time, and a fierce aura soared into the sky, attracting the attention of the whole city. You are really something, Lin Ling thought to himself. If the Shenyuan treasure book did not tell him how to kill Sima Ruochen, it would be difficult for him to kill Sima Ruochen in a short period of time. Next, Lin Ling threw the tyrant song sword away, and then made a complicated gesture with both hands. Ancient runes appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and finally, a green destroy character appeared on his palm. Lin Ling. It was as if a divine wind had blown past, and a mysterious power was being emitted. When those clones were illuminated by the light of the word destroy, they immediately twitched. Their faces distorted, and then they turned into ashes and disappeared. Seeing Lin Ling destroying his clones in one move, Sima Ruochen roared, "It's that bitch, it must be that bitch." This clone technique of his was extremely extraordinary. Besides the Shenyuan clan's grand art of annihilation, others were utterly unable to break through it. So he was very clearly aware that for the sake of killing him, the Shenyuan treasure could be said to have expended a great deal of effort. "It's time for you to die." Lin Ling charged at Sima Ruochen and slashed with his sword, but Sima Ruochen miserably dodged it. Even so, his jade crown was cut off and fell to the ground, scattering pearls all over the ground. Looking at his long robe again, it had been corroded by the sea of blood and had become tattered. Manor Lord he. Everyone stared at this scene and felt that their eyes were playing tricks on them. A disciple of an orthodoxy, the Manor Lord of the Cleansing Mountain Manor, was beaten to such a state. No wonder he said that even the Manor Lord is not qualified. Teacher Xiao and the rest were shocked. At this moment, they finally felt that Lin Ling was qualified to say such words. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant in front of them. He was qualified to be arrogant. Especially when they thought of how the teachers mocked Lin Ling, they were so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole. "Save me, save me." Sima Ruochen's face was filled with panic as he kept shouting at the people on the ground. However, even he was not a match for Lin Ling, so how could the others dare to step forward? In their eyes, this was a battle between gods. How could mortals be qualified to interfere? Lin Ling's speed exploded as he cut off Sima Ruochen's arm. Then, the cold sword fell on Sima Ruochen's neck. Late-stage lower gods were no longer Lin Ling's match, unless they had powerful talents and god steps. Stop! However, this battle had already attracted the attention of many orthodoxies because it had been a long time since such an intense battle in the breakout Holy Land. As soon as the voice fell, a few figures floated in the sky. Looking into the distance, a large number of strong cultivators were rushing over. Orthodoxy, it's the orthodoxy. Looking at those gods, the entire manor was in an uproar. The 10 orthodoxies, the strongest gods of the breakout Holy Land. Usually, they could only hear about them but not see them in person. Today, they could finally see them. Such elegance! Everyone's hearts were beating violently as their eyes were filled with awe and admiration. Of course, the orthodoxies ignored the crowd and looked at Lin Ling instead. One of the old men said coldly, "Let go of my disciple." This person was obviously the master of the orthodoxy above Sima Ruochen. Although his strength was also at the level of a late-stage lower god, it was obvious that he was more than twice as powerful as Sima Ruochen. This difference of one time seemed simple, but in fact, for many gods, it was something that they could never surpass in their lifetime. This was also the reason why Sima Ruochen wanted to become a disciple of an orthodoxy. "You said let him go?" Lin Ling smiled faintly as he looked at the orthodoxies and said, "You are not from the Dragon Clan. Or you. Let me give you a piece of advice. Let him go immediately, and we will let you go." Another orthodoxy spoke. This person was a middle-aged man wearing an immortal robe and looked very dignified. "Let me go? What a joke. If I want to leave, no one in the broken Holy Land can stop me. Lin Ling shook his head disdainfully. Then, he pulled the sword in his hand and Sima Ruochen's head was cut off. Sima Ruochen's lower body fell to the ground while his head was caught by Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Sima Ruochen, who died with his eyes wide open, and said, "Come out and walk. You will pay for this sooner or later." As soon as he finished speaking, he put the head away. The eyes above Sima Ruochen's head finally closed slowly. He obviously did not expect that after hiding for a lifetime, he would still be found, and the moment he was found was the moment his life ended. However, what made him unwilling to die was the identity of the person who killed him. "You killed him?" Seeing Lin Ling cut off Sima Ruochen's head so cleanly, all the orthodoxies were shocked. The people below the villa were also scared out of their wits. This was because this young man dared to be so arrogant in front of the master of the orthodoxy. Who the hell was he? Who gave him the courage? Chapter 45-29. Lei Gong Lin Ling. His voice was like a formless wind, drifting to the ground and the sky, causing the entire broken Holy Land to fall silent. Everyone in the broken Holy Land knew this name. In fact, there were only a handful of people in the entire void who did not know this name. This person was not only one of the 4 great gods of the 9 continents void, but he was also the youngest god in the void. Among the gods, his strength was not to be underestimated. "He's Lei Gong." Countless people looked at Lin Ling in the sky in shock. "Lei Gong, he's Lei Gong." Lei Yuzhou's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Young Master Rong's face was also pale. Back then on the street, he had competed with that young man for the immortal robe. However, that young man was Lei Gong Lin Ling? This meant that even if his grandfather was here, he was not qualified to compete with that young man. "Lei Gong, I didn't expect you to come to my broken Holy Land." In the distance, Xianxia finally arrived, blocking Lin Ling's escape route with a ferocious look on his face. "I didn't expect you to be Lei Gong Lin Ling." The surrounding orthodoxies also took a step forward, and their eyes continued to flicker. Many of them were meeting Lei Gong Lin Ling for the first time. Back at the sacred mountain, they had only heard of his name. "I heard that you stole the stone tablet of the will of the world. Is that true?" A white-haired old man squinted his eyes and said, "He was the orthodoxy at the Broken Holy Land Convention." Obviously, he did not expect that the young man who had messed up the convention was Lei Gong. "Hand over the stone tablet." Another man from the desolate Prime Orthodoxy said coldly, "If you don't hand over the stone tablet today, you won't be able to leave the Broken Holy Land." The other orthodoxies also spoke one after another. Initially, they did not plan to make a move. However, after knowing that the young man was Lei Gong, they knew that they had no choice but to do so. At the same time, powerful orthodoxies also arrived from afar and surrounded Lin Ling. It could be said that all 10 orthodoxies had gathered. The orthodoxies and Sir Xianxia are both going to attack Lei Gong. This scene also shocked many people. Lei Gong Lin Ling was able to force so many orthodoxies to attack at the same time. This alone was enough to make Lei Gong Lin Ling awe-inspiring. If I were to say that the steel isn't in my hands and that I didn't obtain anything from it, would you believe me? Facing the encirclement of the orthodoxies, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He knew very well that he was no match for these orthodoxies. After all, there were too many of them. However, if he wanted to escape unscathed, Lin Ling had some confidence. Moreover, now that Lin Ling had gotten Sima Ruochen's approval, he was obviously more open. "What do you think?" Lin Ling's words clearly could not be trusted by the orthodoxies. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Hearing this, Lin Ling spread his hands. "Lin Ling, even if you have a glib tongue, it's useless. Today, you can't leave the breakout Holy Land." If it was said that the orthodoxies might let Lin Ling go for the sake of the 4 great gods, but Xianxia was definitely not going to let him go. Xianxuba's million-strong army and countless gods were killed by Lin Ling. In addition, Lin Ling had caused him to be severely injured. He must avenge this. Is that so? I think it's not difficult for me to leave the breakout Holy Land. Lin Ling also looked at Xianxia. "I know that you're strong, but you're still the youngest god. Compared to the rest of us, you're still a little weaker. It's impossible for you to force your way out. As for relying on other means, that's just a dream. Xianwuba laughed. Previously, in the valley of the Ear Ox Cave, Lin Ling had used the formation to injure him. However, this did not mean that Lin Ling was as strong as he was. Oh right, one of the 10 orthodoxies, the life-borrowing orthodoxy, was also killed by him. Xianwuba suddenly thought of something and said again, "The life-borrowing orthodoxy is dead? I was wondering why he hasn't returned yet after the Ear Ox Cave. How is that possible? Although Lei Gong is strong, the life-borrowing orthodoxy has cultivated for more than 9 million years. How can a newly ascended god be compared to him? Lei Gong, you killed our life-borrowing orthodoxy. How should you be punished?" The orthodoxies were furious. Although the 10 orthodoxies were not on good terms, they had been together for countless years. Moreover, the 10 orthodoxies represented their dignity and dignity. Now that they were killed by Lei Gong Lin Ling, how could they not do anything? If they did that, others would think that the Cataclysm Holy Land was afraid of the void of the 9 continents. Lin Ling was killed with the help of a formation. Xianwuba said again, and the orthodoxies were enlightened. Lei Gong, what else do you have to say? The most dignified old man said coldly, "Originally, we would have spared your life out of respect for the 4 great gods. But now, we can't let you leave the Cataclysm Holy Land. A life for a life. This is a principle that hasn't changed since ancient times." Ha! Lin Ling laughed and looked at the old man. "A life for a life, huh? That's right, I killed the life-borrowing orthodoxy, but he had to harm me first. So, he must pay with his life for trying to kill me. How dare you quibble?" However, the orthodoxies did not listen to Lin Ling's explanation. However, Lin Ling was already aware of it. He just said it casually and shook his head. "All right, I've completed my mission in the Cataclysm Holy Land. Now I, Lei Gong Lin Ling, want to leave. You can wait and see if I, Lei Gong Lin Ling, can leave." After saying that, he rushed in a certain direction. How domineering! Watching one person go against all the orthodoxies, everyone under the ground trembled. Lei Gong Lin Ling was really heroic. Especially the people from Purging Dust Villa, they were in disbelief. Not long ago, this famous person in the void was right next to them and even spoke to some of them. To be honest, the fact that they had spoken a few words with the Thunder God was already a great blessing for them. "If you want to escape, you'll have to ask me first." Seeing Lin Ling move, Xianwuba sneered. In fact, he had been waiting for Lin Ling to escape. Boom! His body exploded with a terrifying amount of divine energy, forming an unparalleled pressure that suppressed the entire Cataclysm Holy Land. In the endless clouds, a huge palm grabbed Lin Ling, as if it wanted to capture Lin Ling alive. Bang bang bang! Waves of terrifying divine energy vibrated, causing everyone on the ground to fall to the ground. They witnessed the power of the Cataclysm Holy Land with their own eyes. However, at this moment, a sword came slashing. Rumble! The sea of blood was churning, and above the sea of blood, there was a blue-robed young man with a large sword in his hand. He charged forward in an awe-inspiring manner. Under that sword strike, all the smoke and clouds that were blocking the path ahead were sliced apart. Chapter 45-30. You! After a painful cry, Xianwuba's burly figure appeared in the sky. However, he was clenching his fists with a look of disbelief. What? Behind them, the gods of the orthodoxies who had been pursuing Lin Ling were also shocked. 1 slash to injure Xianwuba? This result was far beyond their imagination. In their minds, although Lei Gong Lin Ling was strong, he was only a mid-tier god. Xianwuba, on the other hand, was a god from the age of Pantheon. How could a rising star like Lin Ling hurt him? Xianwuba returned from the Ji-Er Ox Cave with serious injuries. It's normal for Lei Gong to take advantage of him. Everyone, we must capture him, or our Cataclysm Holy Land will lose its dignity. Suddenly, an old man's voice was heard. It was the voice of Ma Orthodoxy. Among the 10 orthodoxies, this person was the most senior and the strongest. At some point in time, he might even be the leader of the 10 orthodoxies. Maha appear. Then the old man roared at the sky and turned into a huge giant. However, this giant's fangs were shining, his green hair was dancing wildly, and his entire body was covered with fiery red skin. He didn't look like a human, but more like a demon. The Maha bloodline was the bloodline of a war god from the Age of Pantheon. During the Age of Pantheon, it was famous for its tyrannical strength. Heaven and earth shifting hands, karmic connection. After the orthodoxies went all out, the orthodoxy closest to Lin Ling also attacked. He was from the Desolate Prime Orthodoxy. His talent was not outstanding, but his divine energy was incomparably terrifying. One attack was more than 150,000. After he attacked, countless palms appeared in the sky, blooming like flowers. It was a dazzling sight. These palms were formed from karmic energy and were the most difficult to destroy. Karmic energy was also the most mysterious. Some said that it represented fate, others said that it represented reincarnation. There were many different opinions, but without a doubt, being able to use karmic energy to cultivate was a testament to one's strength. The 10 orthodoxies are indeed strong. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that time was of the essence, and he could not afford to be entangled in this battle. Sky-splitting slash. Without hiding anything else, Lin Ling transformed into Pangu and lightly chopped down with his palm. "You're courting death." The other orthodoxies could not help but mock Lin Ling when they saw him using such a weak attack. Although they had already given Lin Ling a very high evaluation, they still didn't think that Lin Ling could go head-to-head with a real orthodoxy. "Watch me break your hand and take away your karma." The man from the Desolate Prime Orthodoxy snorted coldly. He controlled the karmic hand that filled the sky and grabbed at Lin Ling. However, at this time, an ancient power bloomed in the sky. Under the countless gazes, Lin Ling was like a god of creation. His robe fluttered in the wind as he gently chopped down with his palm. Rumble. This palm contained the power of 10 million worlds. It was as if it could cut through all eternity. Bang bang bang. Everywhere it passed, it was like tofu meeting a knife. The karmic palms that were the most difficult to destroy all melted and turned into nothingness. The Desolate Prime Orthodoxy sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing since he started cultivating. What kind of divine martial art is this? Even Xian Wuba was shocked. This was because although it looked like a simple chop, it seemed to contain the power of the Tao. It could destroy everything. It gave him the illusion that an ancient giant beast was splitting the world apart. Rumble. In fact, Lin Ling's chop was indeed splitting the world apart. When it passed through the sky and landed on the ground, it actually split the holy ground into two. The entire holy ground shook as if the end of the world had arrived. Is this the battle of the gods? Countless people were shocked. Their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. If not for the fact that they were not the core of the battle of the gods, they would have been implicated and killed. After using sky-splitting slash, Lin Ling also rushed into the distance at full speed. When they looked at Xian Wuba and the other orthodoxies, they were all dumbfounded. So strong? One person escaped from the hands of all the orthodoxies. This was just too crazy. After him, we have to catch him no matter what. Otherwise, the holy ground of the holy ground will lose face. However, Ma Orthodoxy was the first to react. He let out a low roar. Lei Gong Lin Ling, one of the 4 gods of the 9 continents void. If he could enter and leave the holy ground of the holy ground of the 9 continents freely, the holy ground of the holy ground of the 9 continents would be laughed at for thousands of years. Therefore, this was no longer a personal grudge. It was a battle for the dignity of the 2 great voids. The orthodoxies understood this. Therefore, they went all out and chased after him. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Watching the battle of the gods gradually disappear before their eyes, the people in the cleansing mountain villa were very upset. This was especially true for Teacher Xiao. Her eyes were filled with excitement and regret. She was excited because she had finally seen the god she worshipped the most, Lei Gong. That kind of strength, that kind of elegance, did not lose to Lei Gong's reputation at all. As for her regret, it was because Lei Gong had appeared before her not long ago and even said a few words to her. However, what she left behind for Lei Gong was a kind of contempt and mockery from the bottom of her heart. None of you are worthy. She remembered what Lei Gong Linling said. Now, she felt that they were indeed not worthy. We all missed it. Looking at the teachers behind Teacher Xiu, they all shook their heads and sighed. They were lucky to have brushed shoulders with Lei Gong Linling. However, in the end, they did not gain anything. If Lei Gong Linling could teach them a thing or two, they would definitely benefit from it for the rest of their lives. Hearing the words of the teachers, Teacher Xiu let out a long sigh. She felt so ashamed that she could not show her face. A bunch of pitiful ants. Looking at the crowd again, the light golden dragon was also chasing into the distance, but he also said this sarcastically to these people. In his hand, a purple dragon scale quietly appeared. This was personally given to him by the dragon god before he left. The dragon god also told him that if he encountered a problem that he could not solve, he should crush the dragon scale. Now this was the time. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying rapidly through the sky, causing the earth to tremble continuously. Look, that's Lei Gong Lin Ling. Voices rang out in the city, and countless people's eyes were filled with worship. Although the Holy Land of the Shattered Realm and the Void of the Nine States were two different voids, this did not stop them from worshipping Lin Ling. In a world where the strong were respected, powerful gods were respected no matter where they were, not to mention a rising star like Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling was the fastest growing and youngest god in the countless realms of the Void. So powerful, he dares to enter the Holy Land of the Shattered Realm alone. If he can safely leave the Holy Land of the Shattered Realm, he will become a legend. Chapter 45-31. Bang. Lin Ling rushed out of the 10 orthodoxies and arrived at the ancient path. Just as he was about to make his move, a mysterious fluctuation appeared in front of him. Then an old man blocked his path. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're indeed powerful. After so many years, you're the first junior to escape from my hands. You should be proud of that. The one who appeared in front of Lin Ling was Ma Orthodoxy. He looked at Lin Ling calmly and could not help but praise him in his heart. That was because not only was Lin Ling's attack powerful, but his speed was also incomparably fast. If he had not used his trump card, he would not have been able to catch this young god. Steps of God. Lin Ling looked at the old man calmly. You're quite knowledgeable. Ma Orthodoxy nodded. Now, do you think you can still escape? It's a little difficult. Your strength seems to be slightly stronger than mine. Even if we're on par, as long as you can hold me back, when the other orthodoxies arrive, I won't be able to fight them with my 2 fists. Lin Ling smiled. He could sense that this old man's strength was stronger than the Curishan and the others. Of course, the difference was not obvious. If this old man and the Curishan were to fight, it would take a long time to determine the winner. Most importantly, Lin Ling noticed that this old man's steps of God seemed to have something to do with speed. So, you're just going to wait to be captured? Ma Orthodoxy asked again. I only said that it's a little difficult. It doesn't mean that you can stop me. Lin Ling said. Then, without further ado, he activated the steps of God. Also, let me remind you that you're not the only one who has the steps of God. As soon as he said that, the steps of wisdom were immediately sealed. Ma Orthodoxy instantly realized that 30% of his techniques had been sealed. This made him extremely shocked. Could this also be the steps of God? And from the looks of it, it's not weak at all. While he was still in shock, a ferocious fist was heading straight for his face. It was Lin Ling. I've suppressed at least 20% of your strength, and after losing 20% of your strength, you're not much stronger than me. Perhaps you're slightly weaker than me. As for your God steps, although it's very powerful, it's only speed, and it doesn't represent combat strength. Lin Ling's punch was accompanied by an indifferent voice. Bang. Ma Orthodoxy also activated the power of divinity to resist Lin Ling's punch, but it was blown apart by Lin Ling's punch. After all, Ma Orthodoxy's strength had been suppressed by 30%, not 20% as Lin Ling had said. Bang. Therefore, he also took a direct hit to the face. Blood gushed out from his nose and teeth, and his face looked like it had been dyed red. Bang bang bang. He retreated in a sorry state, and the void he stepped on continued to crack. Of course, compared to the dyed red on his face, what made him angry was the humiliation in his heart. He was actually slapped in the face by a rising star? However, Lin Ling did not follow up with another attack. After his successful attack, he increased his speed, passed by Ma Orthodoxy, and rushed into the distance. To Ma Orthodoxy's surprise, Lin Ling followed the main road. He did not rush toward the exit, but instead rushed into the depths. This made him think that Lin Ling was scared out of his wits, so he panicked and did not know where to go. Maha Orthodoxy. At this moment, a large number of figures rushed out of the city. It was Immortal Wuba and the other orthodoxies. Of course, there were also many experts rushing over from afar. They looked like they were here to help, but they were actually here to watch the battle between the gods. After all, with their strength, they were not qualified to participate in the battle between the gods. Orthodoxy. However, when the crowd saw the state of Ma Orthodoxy, they were all shocked. That was because Ma Orthodoxy, who was wearing a white robe and had white hair draped over his shoulders, was now bleeding from his nose and teeth. His elegant white robe was stained with a few teeth, and his nose was obviously bruised, like a garlic head. Could it be? Many people had their guesses. Could it be that Lei Gong Lin Ling punched Ma Orthodoxy? However, Ma Orthodoxy was the strongest among the 10 orthodoxies. Even he was punched, this was too fake. Stop talking nonsense, go after Lei Gong. Ma Orthodoxy was already fuming with anger and immediately changed the topic. Where did he run to? Damn it, I thought Ma Orthodoxy would stop him, and he wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings, but he still escaped. Xian Wuba looked around and then said angrily. He didn't leave the broken Holy Land, he panicked and ran inside. Ma Orthodoxy immediately said, "Inside." Everyone was stunned, and then they burst into laughter. Because as long as Lin Ling did not escape from the broken Holy Land, it would be impossible for him to escape. This guy is obviously scared out of his wits, he ran inside. This is not the broken Holy Land's territory, it's either the Immortal Spirit Nation or the 10 Orthodoxies. Haha, he's really an idiot. Exactly. Let's not rush, we'll catch him slowly. Remember to seal the entire broken Holy Land, don't let him get away with it. The orthodoxies relaxed and laughed. Ma Orthodoxy also seemed to have regained his dignity and could not help but laugh. However, his laugh was very funny, and a few of his teeth were missing. He immediately covered his mouth and said, I guess it's his first time in the broken Holy Land, and he's not familiar with the place, so he panicked and ran around randomly. He should be hiding in the Immortal Spirit Nation. Ma Orthodoxy, where else can he run to other than the Immortal Spirit Nation? Don't tell me he's running to the primogenitor's sacrificial ground. Dao Bai Yuntong's face was full of smiles, and then he added. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire ancient avenue became inexplicably silent. The primogenitor's forbidden ground. That's right, Lei Gong Lin Ling could very well have escaped there. If he destroyed the primogenitor's forbidden ground, they would be sinners for eternity. Because the primogenitor's forbidden ground was like an ancestor to the broken Holy Land. If they could not even protect the ancestor, who would not laugh at them? They would also become the laughing stock of the void. Quick, go after him. Ma Orthodoxy was stunned for a moment, but he did not care about his missing teeth, and roared. The others could no longer remain calm, and they were so angry that their teeth were itching. They all chased along the avenue, praying that damned Lei Gong would not go to the primogenitor's forbidden ground. Unfortunately, the effect of praying was very weak, and could even be said to be ineffective. That was because 2 huge statues gradually appeared in front of them, and below the statues was a young man wearing a blue and white immortal robe. He had his hands behind his back, and he was looking at them with a smile. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? I knew it. Everyone's faces turned pale. They were most afraid that Lin Ling would destroy the primogenitor statues and fight to the death. Despicable brat. The orthodoxies cursed under their breaths. They thought that Lei Gong Lin Ling was a duck that was already in their mouths, But who knew that this duck would be so difficult to deal with and would actually give them a loss? Chapter 45:32. Hee, if you dare to do anything, don't blame me for destroying these 2 stone statues. Lin Ling Yun chuckled. What seemed like a casual statement was like a needle that pierced into everyone's heart and made them feel as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. How dare you? The orthodoxies were enraged, and their killing intent was obvious. Xian Wuba took a step forward. If Lin Ling dared to lay a finger on the primogenitor statue of the immortal spirit hegemon nation, Xian Wuba and Lei Gong would be irreconcilable. Lei Gong Lin Ling, do you really want to fight to the death? Ma Orthodoxy said coldly, how about this? The Cataclysm Holy Land will let you leave, but you must not destroy the primogenitor statue. Do you think I'm stupid? As soon as I leave this place, all of you will swarm me. Lin Ling was not going to fall for it. How cunning! In fact, that was exactly what the orthodoxies were thinking. Do you really want to drag this out? Let me tell you, the more time you spend here, the more dangerous your void of the 9 prefectures will be. Nobody knows what kind of powerful enemies will attack your void of the 9 prefectures. For example, the chief of the Ox Demon clan in the Ear-Ox Cave, the divine overlord of the U continent, and so on. That's right, this is our territory. We can afford to drag this out. The orthodoxies suddenly spoke again, their faces filled with cold sneers. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could not deny that these old foxes were very thoughtful. He could not afford to drag this out forever. Moreover, he could sense that these orthodoxies were watching him closely. As soon as he showed the slightest weakness, they would swarm him and not give Lin Ling the slightest chance to fight back. This meant that Lin Ling had to be alert at all times to fight against these old monsters. How can the Dragon Valley miss out on such a lively scene? However, at this moment, in the sky far away, countless ancient dragon deities roared and howled. Their auras were enormous. The dragon tribe. When the orthodoxies turned their heads to look, their expressions instantly turned ugly. Originally, they had the upper hand in the negotiation with Lin Ling, but who knew that the Dragon Clan would interfere? As a result, Lin Ling had more bargaining chips, and they could not easily touch Lin Ling. Rumble. In the skies above, millions of dragon gods were tumbling about. They were faintly discernible and beautiful. Among them, there was a gigantic dragon with the longest dragon whiskers. Its eyes were fixed on the ground. Then, with a tremble of its body, it transformed into an old man and walked down slowly. He was the dragon god of the Dragon Valley. Lei Gong Lin Ling. The dragon god looked at Lin Ling as he walked down. Lin Ling nodded at him, telling him that he had accomplished his goal. Dragon God, are you really going to interfere in this matter? Looking at the old man walking down, Ma Orthodoxy was enraged. Although the dragon tribe could not be compared to the godly land of the Broken Territory, they were not to be trampled on. Now that they had joined forces with Lei Gong, their strength was not to be underestimated. Lei Gong Lin Ling has the bloodline of the dragon tribe. He's considered a member of the Dragon Valley. How can we not help him when he's in trouble? The dragon god said calmly. Bullfox. The orthodoxies cursed. If Lei Gong Lin Ling was an ordinary person, they believed that the dragon tribe would not help him. Therefore, the dragon god's words were even better than a song. It's useless even if you help him. Do you think the Dragon Valley alone is a match for the Broken Territory? Xian Wuba immediately said. Indeed, we are no match for you. However, if we really fight, you won't have any advantage either. The dragon god said with a smile. He then looked at the progenitor stone statue behind him and said, moreover, no one can guarantee that the progenitor stone statue will be intact in a battle between the gods. Oh, I heard rumors that your progenitor stone statue seems to be faking his death. I wonder if his death will become real if the statue is destroyed. How dare you? The orthodoxies were even more furious now. Save your threats. You only have one choice now. Let us leave, and I promise not to touch a single hair on your progenitor stone statue. The dragon god was not afraid at all and said again, impossible. This Lei Gong caused a ruckus in the broken territory and killed our disciples. If he leaves just like that, what face will the 10 orthodoxies have? The gods and Buddhas will laugh at us. That's right. He also killed 1,000,000 soldiers of our immortal spirit hegemony nation. I, immortal hegemony nation, am a god from the age of gods. If a rising star steps on my head, even if I don't care about face, our immortal spirit hegemony nation does. The orthodoxies and Xian Wuba spoke up, unwilling to let Lin Ling leave in peace. So, there's no room for negotiation. The dragon god narrowed his eyes. If this continues, we can only wait and see who can outlast the other. Although the Dragon Valley had mobilized all of its dragon gods, the punctured divine soil still had more dragon gods. If they were to clash with the punctured divine soil head-on, the Dragon Valley would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Dragon Valley didn't want to fight to the death with the punctured divine soil. Let's wait and see. We're not afraid of you. On the broken territory side, everyone was going all out. They were not afraid of the Dragon Valley. What they were most afraid of was the progenitor stone statue being destroyed. For a moment, the two overlords of the void in the Kaiyuan River were competing with each other in patience, fighting spirit, and will. They wanted to see who could outlast the other. As long as one side surrendered first, they would definitely be attacked with all their might by the other side. Alright. If this continues, we don't know how long it'll take. It'll only benefit the spirit nation. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke up. Lei Gong Lin Ling, are you planning to surrender? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the orthodoxies could not help but laugh. What kind of joke is this? Surrender to a bunch of old monsters like you? You might as well just kill me. I just think that our negotiations can go another way. Lin Ling said disdainfully. He turned around and looked at the giant stone statue behind him. If I have a way to awaken your progenitor, I wonder if you'll let me leave as a reward? Impossible. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the orthodoxies roared. The progenitor stone statue had been here for 30 million years. It was so long that it could be traced back to the end of the era of the gods. However, it was not that the broken territory had not tried to awaken the progenitor, but in the end, it was to no avail. At some point, they even thought that the progenitor was dead. Now, a rising star was boasting that he had a way to awaken the progenitor. What bullshit! Even if this rising star was from the era of the gods, they would not believe it. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that I can't. It's just awakening a statue. How difficult do you think it is? Lin Ling said again. Nonsense. You're boasting shamelessly. Do you know why the primogenitor became a statue? It's not difficult. You're good at bragging. The Ma orthodoxy said disdainfully. Chapter 45-33. What? How did you know? When Lin Ling finished speaking, the orthodoxies were stunned. My world is not something you can understand. Perhaps I am even older than all of you. Lin Ling looked up at the sky and said calmly. His words silenced the orthodoxies, as if this was the first time they had met Lei Gong Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling was also a god from the age of Pantheon? You're misleading the public with your lies. Suddenly, Xian Wuba shouted, I have checked Lin Ling. He is not from the age of Pantheon, but from a small realm called the Rainforest Sacred Land. My friends, I think he is just trying to buy time. Don't fall for it. You're indeed trying to mislead the masses with your lies. The orthodoxies suddenly realized that they no longer believed in Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still not afraid. He said, how about this? If I can awaken your primogenitor, this matter will end here. If I fail, I will tell you the whereabouts of the world will stone tablet. What do you think? Are you serious? Ma orthodoxy's eyes lit up. Brother Ma, he is full of tricks. Don't fall for it. In my opinion, we should fight it out with him and see who comes out on top. Daoist Xian Wuba, Ma orthodoxy said. I know you hate Lei Gong for killing millions of gods, but don't forget our mission. The will of the world is more important. Ma orthodoxy looked at Xian Wuba and said, Daoist Xian Wuba, I know you hate Lei Gong to the bone. But Xian Wuba wanted to say something, but Ma orthodoxy stopped him. Even the ancient gods from the Chaos realm were curious about the host of the seventh world will, let alone these orthodoxies. Therefore, if they had the chance to know this secret, they would not lose out. Even if Lin Ling succeeded, they would be the ones benefiting from it. When the primogenitor woke up, he might even help them kill Lin Ling. Therefore, no matter which choice they made, they would not lose out. Of course it's true. At this moment, Lin Ling nodded. All right, I promise you. Ma orthodoxy nodded as well. However, the orthodoxies behind him didn't think the same way. None of them agreed. The way they saw it, Lin Ling just wanted to take the opportunity to escape, so they should kill him on the spot. However, Ma orthodoxy had already agreed, so they could only endure it for the time being. Oh, right, don't disturb me when I'm communicating with your progenitor. Otherwise, don't blame me if your progenitor doesn't wake up. At this time, Lin Ling said calmly. He's speaking as if it's true. This brat is too good at pretending. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the orthodoxies were even more displeased. As for Ma orthodoxy, in order to obtain the will of the world, he endured it. He nodded and said, as long as you don't destroy the statue, we won't stop you. It's impossible to destroy the statue, but it's unavoidable to destroy a small part of it. Do you agree? Lin Ling asked again. All right. Ma orthodoxy gritted its teeth and finally agreed. Brother Ma. Seeing that Brother Maha was continuously giving in to Lin Ling, the orthodoxies were indignant. This was especially true for Xian Wuba, who was the most furious. He had already forced Lin Ling into a corner and was about to kill him. However, at the critical moment, this troublesome thing had happened. Let him be proud for a while longer. Don't worry, as long as he fails, I don't think he'll dare to say anything. Ma orthodoxy waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down. The dragons in the Dragon Valley were also looking at Lin Ling in shock. The progenitor of the broken Holy Land was very ancient. Even they weren't familiar with it. How could Lin Ling be familiar with it? Dragon God, even Ma orthodoxy couldn't wake the progenitor up. If it's Lin Ling, I'm afraid it'll be even harder. The golden dragon appeared beside the dragon god and said worriedly, we can't back down now. We can only trust Lin Ling. The dragon god sighed and said helplessly, bang. However, just as the two of them finished talking, there was a loud bang in front of them. They saw Lin Ling standing on the shoulder of one of the progenitor statues. He grabbed the statue's earring with both hands and pulled it hard, causing it to fall to the ground. The statue was the statue of White Maiden, the progenitor of the 10 orthodoxies. Seeing Lin Ling stepping on White Maiden, the orthodoxies felt their hearts bleeding. Even they didn't dare to step on the progenitor. They could only kneel down and worship it. Damn it, Ma orthodoxy. I think we should kill him immediately. One of the orthodoxies said angrily. Endure. Ma orthodoxy's face was contorted in anger. However, when he thought of the promise he made to Lin Ling, he endured it. If he attacked now, Lin Ling might use this as an excuse to say that they interfered and caused the progenitor to not wake up. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was another loud bang. After the earrings of White Maiden's statue were removed, Lin Ling started to pull out the hairpin on the statue's head. The hairpin was carved out of a rock and was bigger than Lin Ling. After Lin Ling pulled it out, he slammed it on the ground. Bang! The hairpin shattered, scattering rocks all over the ground. It was as if the hearts of the orthodoxies were shattered. How cruel! Ma orthodoxy, we can't let him humiliate our progenitor. If this goes on, how can we face our progenitor in the future? The orthodoxies were on the verge of tears as they looked at Ma orthodoxy. We've agreed that as long as we don't destroy the progenitor, we can still play dirty. If you feel bad, you don't have to watch. Ma orthodoxy's heart was bleeding as he gritted his teeth and said, Hee, I knew it. That kid is using this opportunity to take revenge. He can't wake up the progenitor. Luckily, he's attacking your progenitor. Ha! Beside them, Xian Wuba was gloating, mocking Ma orthodoxy for trusting Lin Ling. Ma orthodoxy's eyes twitched when he heard that. He suddenly felt that he was a little foolish. The reason he agreed to Lin Ling's request was not only because they wouldn't be at a disadvantage, but he also had other intentions. He was hoping that Lin Ling would be able to awaken the progenitor. After all, Lin Ling knew that the progenitor cultivated the pure water sky grand art. One had to know that only their orthodoxies in the Cataclysm Divine Land knew about this grand art. However, it seemed like Lin Ling was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. Enough. Seeing that Lin Ling had started to pull out the bracelet on the progenitor's statue, Ma Orthodoxy could no longer hold it in. As soon as he spoke, the orthodoxies no longer held back. All of them unleashed their aura, ready to fight to the death. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the progenitor's statue seemed to have touched some taboo. Its head began to move, and its mouth slowly opened, revealing a cave that was as tall as a person. Moreover, it was emitting a blue light. This was something that had never happened to the statue in thousands of years. At that moment, all the orthodoxies who were filled with murderous aura stopped moving. Xian Wuba, dragon god, and the others were shocked. Could it be that the kid had succeeded? Chapter 45-34. Alright, I'm going to wake up your primogenitor now. Wait for me. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards the cave. At the same time, he used his divine vitality to form a complicated seal before disappearing into the cave. The Sky River deity had told Lin Ling all of this while he was in prison. Of course, Lin Ling was not so kind as to help the broken Holy Land awaken their primogenitor for free. He was after the pure heavenly spiritual comet fluid in the statue. He's gone in. To prevent him from pulling any tricks, let's go in and take a look. Seeing Lin Ling disappear, the orthodoxies immediately turned to Ma Orthodoxy. Ma Orthodoxy nodded. He did not want things to get out of hand, so he immediately led the group towards the cave. However, just as they got close to the cave, a terrifying surge of water from the heavenly river rushed towards them. The orthodoxies were thrown off their feet. They could not withstand the force at all. It's the power of the primogenitor. After the orthodoxies crashed onto the ground, they all looked up in horror. Why can that kid go in but we can't? Ma Orthodoxy immediately asked after recovering from his shock. This time, everyone was puzzled. According to Lin Ling's age, he should be a local deity in the void of the 9 continents. He should not know much about the secrets of the Age of Pantheon. But why did he have a way to enter but they, as the descendants of the primogenitor, could not? That kid is a little strange. Ma Orthodoxy could not understand and could only say so. Everyone nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling did not know the heavenly water pure maiden, but he knew her father. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking along the cave. To his surprise, he discovered that after entering the stone sculpture, he seemed to have arrived at a world of water. Moreover, this water was extremely extraordinary. It was sparkling and translucent as it flowed, carrying with it a divine charm. There's an endless amount of divine power hidden in the water. Although Lin Ling didn't feel any pressure, he knew that this was only because he knew the method to enter. If it was anyone else, then they would have been suppressed to death by the endless divine power. From the looks of it, this white water pure maiden must be very powerful. She must be a mid-level god. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The difference between a mid-god and a low god was like heaven and earth. No matter how talented or powerful a low god was, a low god would never be a match for a mid-god. Some of the more powerful low gods could at most survive a mid-god's attack by luck. Crash. As he moved forward, Lin Ling felt that there was water flowing under his feet, like a small stream. He walked on the stream, and rumbling sounds began to appear in front of him, as if there were many waterfalls in front of him. This made Lin Ling speed up a little. Following the flow of water, Lin Ling finally reached the end. He saw that he was on a cliff, and the stream below his feet crashed down from high above. Moreover, this stream was not the one Lin Ling was at. The entire space in front of him was filled with streams. Endless water flowed down from the cave entrance. It was a spectacular scene. Looking straight ahead, there were shallow ripples on the ground. They were resplendent and radiant as they flowed slowly. A statue condensed from crystals sat there. It was over 100 meters tall and wore a gauzy gown. It was like a goddess. However, the water around the statue was clearly different. It was much clearer and reflected even more colorful light. This water was like the essence of all water. It flowed under the statue and did not disperse. Pure heavenly spirit comet elixir. Lin Ling stared at the elixir under the statue. He knew that this elixir was even rarer than the divine spring. It had a supreme effect. Even in the era of the gods, it was incomparably rare. Lin Ling immediately stepped out of the cave. At this time, Lin Ling also felt that the giant statue seemed to have awakened. It was looking at him with a cold and arrogant gaze, as if it was saying, "Where did this ant come from?" How arrogant! Lin Ling ignored the statue's gaze. He landed under the statue and sat down cross-legged. "Who are you?" At this time, a voice suddenly came from the giant statue. "You dare to have designs on my pure heavenly spirit comet elixir? Do you want to die?" Lin Ling looked up and said indifferently, "Pure heavenly spirit woman white, stop putting on an act in front of me. My name is Lei Gong Lin Ling. I'm here to help you." "With just you? You really are an ant that doesn't know your place." The statue's voice came out again. It was full of disdain and mockery. It didn't believe Lin Ling's words at all. It even treated Lin Ling as an ant that was bound to die. After speaking, she didn't say anything else. She was too lazy to waste her breath. Lin Ling chuckled. He understood White Water Pure Maiden's thoughts. He slowly said, "Your heavenly water pure technique has been cultivated to the limit. If this goes on, you will always be in a state of suspended animation. As for me, I am the one who will give you the last 3 levels of the technique." "How do you know about the pure heavenly spirit technique? You were sent by my father? Quickly, give me the last 3 layers of the pure heavenly spirit technique." The statue suddenly shook. Its voice was full of surprise. "Your father sent you?" Lin Ling knew that this pure heavenly spirit woman thought of him as a servant. He lazily said, "Why should I give it to you? Also, when asking for help, shouldn't you say please and then thank you?" This time, the statue was stunned. She never thought that this servant would be so arrogant. But for the last 3 layers of the pure heavenly spirit technique, she endured. As long as she got out of her suspended animation state, she would slowly teach this junior a lesson. "Please, give me the last 3 layers of the pure heavenly spirit technique." "Thank you." The statue made a sound. It was obvious that her thank you was very unnatural. Of course, this was normal. She was the pure heavenly spirit woman, the daughter of the Sky River water god. In this era, it was always others who said thank you to her. It was always others who asked her for help. Unfortunately, her arrogance was useless in front of Lin Ling. "You're still missing the word love." Lin Ling, who was standing under the statue, replied lazily. "You don't go too far." White Water Pure Woman was furious. Where did this ignorant brat come from? "I'm so angry." She pondered for a moment and finally said sincerely, "Please, please, give me the last 3 layers of the Water Pure Sky technique." "Thank you." In order to escape, she continued to endure. She secretly swore that as soon as she escaped, she would find her father and ask him who this arrogant brat was and why he had asked such a person to help her. And if her father didn't speak, she would personally teach this junior a lesson. "Seeing that you're so sincere, fine. I'll give you the last 3 layers of the pure heavenly spirit technique." Hearing the pure heavenly spirit woman's words, Lin Ling nodded. He waved his right hand and the cultivation method he obtained from the Sky River water god floated over. Then, Lin Ling greedily absorbed the pure heavenly spirit comet liquid on the ground. "Greedy brat, I'll let you be proud for a while. Once I escape, even if my father is here, he won't be able to stop me from teaching you a lesson." Chapter 45-35. Lin Ling also entered a state of cultivation when he sensed that pure white maiden was cultivating. What a rich spiritual energy! A warm current flowed into Lin Ling's body, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. The effects of the pure heavenly spirit comet fluid were not something the divine spring could compare to. Not only did it increase Lin Ling's cultivation realm, but it also increased his divine energy and physical strength. Most importantly, it also increased Lin Ling's soul energy. The word wisdom in the pure heavenly spirit comet fluid explained everything. The cultivation of a god depends not only on one's foundation but also on the universe's most desolate grade treasures. Luck is the most important factor in obtaining these ancient desolate grade treasures. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. If he had not coincidentally found pure white maiden's father, Lin Ling might not have been able to obtain such a precious treasure. This water seems to have a spirit. There's no need to refine it at all. It actually flows into my dantian by itself. After sighing, Lin Ling sensed that his cultivation was increasing rapidly. Moreover, this increase had no side effects. It was gentle and vigorous. His dantian was constantly transforming. Lin Ling did not even need to activate the Chaos Divine formula as the ancient spiritual energy continued to nourish his dantian. Looks like it won't be difficult to make a breakthrough. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He had made many breakthroughs, but the progress was always slow. Now, he finally felt the signs of a breakthrough. And with this breakthrough, Lin Ling was confident that he could dominate among the lower gods. In fact, with his current strength, there were very few late-stage lower gods who could defeat him, unless they were monstrous existences. Ancient Thunder Beast. Lin Ling took out the treasure he had obtained at the Divine Land Conference and gently placed it in front of him. He controlled the white lightning to wrap around the bone and slowly refine it. The bones of the ancient Thunder Beast were very hard to refine. If not for the feedback from the Luai's true body, Lin Ling might not have snatched the bone treasure away from Lin Ling. After the white lightning wrapped around the bones, it slowly seeped into the bones and began to refine the mysterious energy from within. Lin Ling sensed that this kind of refinement would take a long time, so he also entered a state of comprehension. All the martial arts he had learned in his life slowly flowed through his mind as if history was repeating itself. Lin Ling had practiced martial arts for 2 lifetimes. In his first life, Li Xiaoyao had rich martial arts experience. In his second life, Lin Ling was even better than Li Xiaoyao. The martial arts experience of 2 lifetimes flowed into his mind. Undoubtedly, it was also slowly increasing the foundation for a breakthrough. And this kind of memory, from simple to complex, from nothing to something, finally comprehended the martial arts that Lin Ling was currently learning. Now, Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame. However, he had stopped cultivating this talent after comprehending it to a certain extent. The Thunder Lock True Body had also been cultivated to the 5th level. As for the other divine abilities, such as the Bodhi Testimony Divine Technique, Lin Ling had cultivated them to their limits. Apart from slowly increasing Lin Ling's soul force, this divine technique wasn't of much help to him. The only things that Lin Ling was still cultivating and comprehending were the Primal Chaos Divine Technique, the Cardinal Grand Brahma Punishment Art, and the Pangu Strike. This was because these 3 techniques were the most ancient techniques, and the martial arts that he had learned before could only dominate the deity realm. Bang, bang, bang. In Lin Ling's dantian, rumbling sounds were constantly heard. After his foundation of martial arts and cultivation resources had met the requirements, his first dantian had finally entered the late-stage low-god realm. The divine energy in his dantian was surging, as though it had the power to split the heavens and earth. This kid has broken through. White Water Pure Maiden, who was standing on the huge statue behind Lin Ling, also sensed the changes in Lin Ling. Of course, she was only a little surprised. With her experience, she had met countless late-stage low gods in her life. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, another formless divine aura filled the air. Another breakthrough. White Water Pure Maiden thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her because she had just sensed that Lin Ling had broken through. How could he have broken through again? This must be fake. How can a person break through so many times? White Water Pure Maiden shook her head. But at this time, another wave of energy came. Divine energy and divine aura filled the air like a tidal wave. Another breakthrough. This time, White Water Pure Maiden no longer thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Boom, boom, boom. But the divine energy and divine aura seemed to have opened the floodgates. Waves after waves of energy came from it, as though it was breaking through again and again. Heavens! White Water Pure Maiden couldn't be bothered with her cultivation anymore. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Ling's body, and she was completely dumbfounded. She could be considered an ancient great god in the era of gods. She had seen a lot of things, but this was the first time she had seen such a strange thing. Could it be that there were 6 or 7 gods hiding in that kid's body? Or did that kid have several dantians? But she had heard of people with 3 dantians. Having more than 3 dantians was rare even in the era of gods. Moreover, even if there were, it was just a kind of divine ability and not a real multidantian cultivation. Because too many dantians would go against heaven's harmony. While cultivating, there would also be conflicts. The most basic thing was that when refining treasures, the various dantians would compete for spiritual energy. A moment of carelessness and this would lead to chi deviation. How could she know that Lin Ling's chaos divine formula did not have this kind of flaw at all? What a strange kid! White Water Pure Maiden discovered that this ant was not as weak as he appeared on the surface. After this ant broke through, she would interrogate him properly. If he dared not to fight, then she would kill him. White Water Pure Maiden, as the progenitor of the breakage divine soil, was an existence akin to an overlord. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know that White Water Pure Maiden was watching him break through. Of course, if possible, Lin Ling did not want to expose his cultivation process, but he had no other choice. As Lin Ling continued to break through, the amount of spiritual liquid he was sitting cross-legged on decreased. Ka-ka-ka. At the same time, endless white lightning raged around Lin Ling's body. It was majestic, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It turned into a mysterious thunder god with a pair of thunderous wings and a body of lightning. This thunder god's long hair draped over his shoulders, fluttering in the wind. There was a mysterious eye patch over his eyes. He spread his arms and floated behind Lin Ling, giving others the feeling that he was the ruler of the world, omnipotent and omnipotent. A mid-god divine fetus. White Water Pure Maiden spoke again. Clearly, she had also noticed that Lin Ling's talent had broken through. His talent is not bad. With a mid-god divine fetus in his body, unless his perception and luck are too poor, it shouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the mid-god realm. However, it's hard to find the treasures needed to break through in the current void. It's possible to find them in the shattered divine world. Of course, if you can go to the most ancient chaos world, then you'll break through. Breaking through to the mid-god realm is a matter of certainty. White Water Pure Maiden said indifferently. She naturally knew that Lin Ling could break through because of her pure heavenly spiritual comet liquid. Chapter 45-36. The Luai's True Body, the Talent of the Luai's God. However, although the Luai's God was famous during the era of gods, and had many disciples, he did not have a deep foundation. He was not a descendant of an ancient great god, so he reached his limit during the era of gods. White Water Pure Maiden said again. During the era of gods, there were countless powerful gods, but those with the halo of an ancient great god were undoubtedly more powerful and had greater potential. However, to obtain such a halo, one had to possess the bloodline of an ancient great god, or obtain the inheritance of an ancient great god. Otherwise, it was very difficult to obtain such a halo. Ring. Alright, although I haven't finished cultivating the clear water sky technique, I can withdraw from the state of suspended animation. Now, let's see where this little ant came from. I'm very curious about his dantians. White Water Maiden walked out from the crystal statue. She wore a white robe and her feet were bare. Her silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She was very beautiful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a goddess. Of course, even in the age of gods, pure white was one of the top beauties. Back then, countless gods were moved by her beauty, which created her arrogant heart. White Water Maiden then stood not far from Lin Ling, looking at Lin Ling indifferently as if she was looking at a servant. Lin Ling was oblivious to this, and he was still in the excitement of breaking through. This breakthrough had undoubtedly benefited him greatly. First, his Luai's true body had finally entered the ranks of mid-god divine embryos. It was at the second grade, on par with the heavenly dragon protector. It provided Lin Ling with great speed, defense, divine aura, and divine energy. Now, of his 7 dantians, 5 of them were at the level of a god. On the other hand, the strongest person in the past, King Yen, was still a low god. However, Lin Ling had too many talents, so he did not put much effort into cultivating the Luai's true body. Instead, he checked the effects of the breakthrough. After the Luai's true body's breakthrough, Lin Ling's greatest advantage was speed. Now, Lin Ling's base speed was at 1 million world speed. If he fused with the 3rd stage, he could reach a terrifying 1.5 million world speed. This time, the speed of improvement was incomparably terrifying. Of course, other than the speed of improvement, the Luai's true body did not make much progress in other areas. However, Lin Ling had made a breakthrough this time, so his other areas had also improved in all aspects. His soul power had reached 160,000 levels. His physical strength was 70,010,000 worlds force. If he fused with the 3rd stage talent, he could reach a terrifying 10,010,000 worlds force. Moreover, if he used the Pangu strike, it would increase by 100%, reaching 14,010,000 worlds force. It could be said that just by relying on the strength of his body, Lin Ling would be able to move unhindered among late-stage low gods. Looking at his godly power, his base level was 30,000 strands of godly power. If he fused with the 3rd stage talent, he could reach 80,000 strands of godly power. Most importantly, the 3rd stage of innate fusion was the fusion of the 7 great innate talents, and all of the divine power was improving. The further I cultivate the primal chaos divine formula, the greater the improvement. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He was looking forward to seeing how terrifying his strength would be after the 8th dantian was opened. If all 9 dantians were opened at the same time, his strength would increase by at least 9 times, or even more. Unfortunately, although the 9 dantians brought great power, the cultivation resources required to open them were also much more. Now, Lin Ling felt that he had the foundation to open the 8th dantian, but unfortunately he did not have enough treasures to open it. Shaking his head, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. However, his eyes were not as sharp as before. Instead, they were more profound. He did not know why, but the breakthrough this time gave him a very strange feeling. It was as if he had gone with the wind. His eyes swept around and immediately found the lady in white standing not far from him. The lady was very beautiful. Her eyes were like autumn water, graceful and graceful. She was as light as a fleeting shadow, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world. Although the lady was dressed very plainly, her white dress just so happened to set off her spirit. On the contrary, if she was dressed too extravagantly, it would cause her to lose her spirituality and become like an ordinary person. Lin Ling had seen all kinds of beauties since he started learning martial arts. However, in terms of temperament, it was this lady who left the deepest impression on him. Even Yu and the rest could not compare. Is this the pure white maiden? Lin Ling thought to himself, then slowly stood up. You're awake. The pure white maiden kept looking at Lin Ling. Her expression was very cold, as if she was staring at Lin Ling not as a person, but as a grain of sand, a speck of dust. Perhaps she had seen too much, so in her eyes, Lin Ling was just a grain of sand on the Great Tao. In the end, he could not escape the Great Tao. The restraint of the Great Tao would soon disappear from her sight. Therefore, when facing a grain of sand, a true god would not have any feelings. Lin Ling sensed the pure white maiden's emotions, so he nodded lazily. What cultivation method did you train in? You have to know that every martial artist has their own cultivation method when they become a god. Moreover, if their cultivation method is incomplete, they will have to find a new cultivation method in the deity realm. So, tell me the cultivation method you used to enter the deity realm and deity realm. The pure white maiden's words seemed casual, but they carried an unquestionable majesty. It was as if Lin Ling would definitely answer if she asked. She even personally asked Lin Ling. This was a reward for Lin Ling, a blessing for Lin Ling. Of course, with her beauty, strength, and status, she indeed had the qualifications. However, Lin Ling laughed. In terms of status, Beauty and strength? The ancient deities Lin Ling knew were even more ancient than the pure white maiden. For example, the Eastern Sea Dragon King he met in the Eight Gods' celestial palace. This ancient deity surpassed the pure white maiden in every aspect, except for beauty. Moreover, Lin Ling was no longer the carefree and unruly youth of the past. Beauty to him was just a beautiful flower at some point in time. He only admired it. How could his heart be moved? What are you laughing at? Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, the pure white maiden frowned. She did not know why, but she felt that Lin Ling was looking at her with a mocking gaze. A little god of this era actually had the nerve to laugh at her? If you don't speak, you have to bear the consequences. The pure white maiden was not a person who liked to be long-winded. She directly stated their relationship. Don't tell me you still want to use force? Although it is indeed difficult for me to resist with your strength, unfortunately, even if I stand still, I think you won't dare to touch me. Lin Ling said. Ha! Hearing Lin Ling's words, the pure white maiden couldn't help but laugh. Although it was a bold and unrestrained laughter, it had the beauty of a heroine. In this aspect, the Luli Empress of the past could not compare to her, and neither could Longnyang. Chapter 45-37. Are you ready to die after reading this letter? White Maiden stared at the letter floating in the water. She did not think that a mere junior could take out a letter that could move her. Let me tell you something. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for your rudeness for a long time now. Maybe you have some sort of background, but it's useless to me. I've seen more gods in my life, and I've fought more battles than you ever could. White Maiden waved her hand as she spoke, sucked the letter over, and then slowly opened it. However, after seeing the first word, her whole body trembled because it was her father's handwriting. She was very sure that these words were really written by her father, because these words seemed simple, but in fact, each word hid the aura of the Milky Way, and others could not forge it at all. My father is indeed still alive. Kid, where did you see my father? Tell me, or don't blame me for killing you. White Maiden suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Ling fiercely. Finish reading the letter before you talk nonsense. Lin Ling said. I'll let you be proud first. White Maiden gritted her teeth and continued reading the letter. However, the more she read, the more her pretty face changed, and in the end, her whole body trembled. Not only did the letter describe what had happened to the Sky River Water God in the past few years, it also gave pointers to the White Water Pure Maiden's future cultivation. Most importantly, his father had asked the White Water Pure Maiden to thank the person who delivered the letter, and to follow the person who delivered the letter to help him. This must be fake. White Maiden kept blinking and used her divine vitality to check, but found that the words were still written by her father. This made her suddenly raise her head and stare at Lin Ling. The Milky Way Water God, the king of gods in the past, actually wanted to thank this arrogant kid? He even wanted her to follow this kid and help him? What kind of joke was this? One had to know that in the past, many gods were proud to be able to help the Milky Way Water God. At that time, who dared to ask for a reward? No, not a single one. What did you say to my father? Where is my father? I want to ask him personally. White Maiden said sternly. I didn't say anything. As for where your father is, I have no comment. Also, didn't your father tell you to thank me heavily? Lin Ling said indifferently. Nonsense. Not only did my father want me to thank you heavily, he also wanted me to follow you and help you. She was the progenitor of the godly soil of the Broken Realm, one of the most terrifying gods of the present age. Even in the age of gods, she would have been a force to be reckoned with. But now, she had to follow a brat who was still wet behind the ears? Follow me? Why would I want a fierce servant? Lin Ling was shocked when he heard White Water Goddess's words. He had only glanced at the envelope and did not see the words written by the Sky River God. It seemed that the Sky River God was also cunning. He knew that it would be difficult to see him, so he used his daughter to play the friendship card and fight for him to let him go. The River God. What? Servant? When did I become your servant? Hearing this, White Water Pure Maiden became even angrier. Not my servant, you're not qualified to be my servant. Because, what do I want you for? Lin Ling corrected her. You! White Water Pure Maiden was so angry that her breasts trembled. Then she pounced on Lin Ling and reached out with her jade-like hand. The sound of a raging river could be heard. She was so angry that she almost lost her mind. Asking her to be a servant was a great humiliation to her, but who would have thought that this arrogant brat would say no with a disdainful face? Damn it! You want to kill me? Seeing White Water Pure Maiden's sudden attack, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Subconsciously, he unleashed a powerful force and punched out. Boom! Although he did not have the third stage talent fusion, the current Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. This punch actually knocked White Water Pure Maiden's hand askew. However, White Water Pure Maiden was still an intermediate celestial. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, there was still an insurmountable gap between them. Therefore, White Water Pure Maiden's arm trembled. A powerful force gushed out from her body and grabbed at Lin Ling again. The speed of this attack increased by a few notches. It was not what Lin Ling could block at all. By the time Lin Ling reacted, his neck was already grabbed by a jade-like hand. However, Lin Ling was not afraid in the slightest. He looked at White Water Pure Maiden coldly and said, "You dare to go against father's words? Or, are you, White Water Pure Maiden, an ungrateful person? I saved you, but you came to kill me instead." White Water Pure Maiden could not refute these words. She naturally knew that Lin Ling saved her. However, Lin Ling did not give her face too much. Forget being disrespectful to her, he even dared to make her a servant. She could not swallow this insult. However, thinking of her father whose life and death were unknown, and thinking of her father's instructions, she finally gritted her teeth and let go of Lin Ling. While Lin Ling stroked his neck, his expression icy cold. "All right, although I saved you, I also took your clear water heavenly spirit comet elixir. Therefore, you don't have to thank me. Or even now. Goodbye." Although Lin Ling knew that White Water Pure Maiden would not kill him, Lin Ling still felt uncomfortable coming into contact with this powerful mid-god. Therefore, he did not plan on staying any longer. "Then what about me?" Seeing Lin Ling turn around and leave, White Water Pure Maiden suddenly said, "How would I know? Go wherever you want to cool off." Lin Ling replied. White Water Pure Maiden stomped her feet in anger. She naturally did not want to bother with Lin Ling. However, her father instructed her to follow Lin Ling and help the latter. If she could not do it, she would not be able to answer to her father. Most importantly, she also had a feeling that following this young man, she might be able to find her father's whereabouts. "I can help you." After hesitating for a long time, White Water Pure Maiden finally spoke. After saying this, she felt as though she had suffered the greatest humiliation in her life. "Oh, no need." However, White Water Pure Maiden was dumbfounded when Lin Ling bluntly rejected her. This made her feel as though she had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. "If you want to be my servant, perhaps I will consider it. However, whether you can become my servant or not depends on what you do next." Lin Ling's voice sounded again. Although Lin Ling did not like this White Water Pure Maiden, the latter was ultimately powerful. It would be good to have a free servant. "All right, I will take fully and completely become your slave." Hearing Lin Ling's words, White Water Pure Maiden gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. Her heart was erupting like a volcano at this moment, but she did not dare to do anything. "Go out." Lin Ling nodded and walked out the way he came. Meanwhile, outside the stone statue, the orthodoxies were still waiting for Lin Ling to come out. They were completely unaware that their primogenitor had become Lin Ling's servant. "He's out." At this moment, the Ma orthodoxy who had been staring at the statue spoke excitedly. Chapter 45-38. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a slender figure finally appeared from the mouth of the giant stone statue. At that moment, the entire Great Path fell silent. Dragon Valley, Dragon God, various orthodoxies, Xian Wuba, and the others all stared at the person who walked out. Did he succeed? They all had the same thought in their minds. However, deep down, they did not think that Lin Ling had succeeded. After calming down, they realized what Lin Ling was doing. He was trying to awaken the primogenitor. Who was the primogenitor? He was a powerful figure from the era of the Pantheon. He was their true god. How could Lin Ling revive him so easily? Lei Gong Lin Ling, how long are you going to lie to us? Suddenly, Xian Wuba roared. From the looks of it, as long as Lin Ling shook his head, he would be the first to attack Lin Ling. Although he might not be a match for Lin Ling now, he could at least create chaos so that the other orthodoxies could surround and kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling came out too quickly. How can he awaken the primogenitor in such a short time? Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, do you really think we're idiots? Why don't you just give up now? Ma Orthodoxy narrowed his eyes. He had a different idea from Xian Wuba. His goal was to get the world will's host body. At his command, the other orthodoxies immediately attacked. Wait! Dragon God wanted to stop them, but he was too late. The other orthodoxies attacked too quickly, intending to force Lin Ling to submit with lightning speed. However, just as they took to the sky, another figure slowly walked out from the mouth of the stone statue. She wore a long white dress. Her outfit was simple but dignified. After she walked out, she stood quietly beside Lin Ling. Are you all trying to rebel? A voice that was clear and melodious like a bell carried a wisp of unquestionable dignity as it drifted out from the mouth of this person. Primogenitor. The other orthodoxies stopped what they were doing and looked at her in shock. Some people were even afraid that their eyes were playing tricks on them, so they gave themselves 3 hard slaps. Only after they saw stars did they confirm what they were seeing. Primogenitor, how did you wake up? The Ma Orthodoxy stammered with a look of reverence. Whether it was in the godly broken land or the era of gods, they were the progenitor's people for generations to come. If I still don't wake up, are you going to turn the world upside down? Beside Lin Ling, White Water Pure Maiden said calmly. I wouldn't dare. Primogenitor, please calm down. All the orthodoxies bowed respectfully. In the distance, the martial artists from the 10 orthodoxies also bowed respectfully, their hearts pounding. The primogenitor had truly awakened. This Lei Gong is really capable. Even though Xian Wuba wasn't from one of the 10 orthodoxies, he quickly bowed because a god at the level of a progenitor could easily kill him with a single finger. The people from the Dragon Valley were also shocked, but soon their faces were filled with worry. Even though Lin Ling had saved the primogenitor, it was obviously not a good thing. The godly Broken Lands primogenitor would definitely help his own people, and he might even attack Lin Ling immediately. As soon as this concern arose, the Ma Orthodoxy pointed at Lin Ling and said, Lord Primogenitor, he's Lei Gong, one of the 4 great gods of the 9 continents void. He knows about the stone tablet where the will of the world resides. That shameless bastard. Even though the dragon god had already guessed it, he was still furious. After all, Lin Ling had saved the primogenitor, but these guys turned their backs on him. Of course, the dragon god also knew that a great battle was inevitable. The dragon god immediately sent a telepathic message, Radiant Golden Dragon, I'm afraid we can't avoid a great battle. When the battle begins, we must protect Lin Ling and leave no matter what. Yes, Lord Dragon God. The Radiant Golden Dragon replied solemnly. Oh, so you're one of the 4 great gods, Lei Gong. But do you know about the stone tablet where the will of the world resides? At this moment, the White Maiden glanced at Lin Ling. She didn't expect this arrogant kid to have such a strong background. That stone tablet was destroyed, I didn't know. The will of the world was of great importance, and Lin Ling didn't want to admit anything. He's talking nonsense. We saw him steal the stone tablet with our own eyes. Primogenitor, don't believe him. Seeing that the primogenitor had personally asked, the Ma Orthodoxy and the others were laughing in their hearts. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're going to die this time. Are they telling the truth? The White Maiden asked Lin Ling again. However, Lin Ling was clearly impatient and said coldly, as a servant, don't you think you're talking too much? You. The White Maiden didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly say that. Servant? Of course, the Ma Orthodoxy and the others understood. They were stunned for a moment, then almost burst out laughing. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was crazy, calling the primogenitor a servant. Not to mention the current era, even in the age of Pantheon, no one dared to. They were not ordinary people, they knew the primogenitor's background. She was the daughter of the Sky River Water God. What? You don't want to be my servant? That's great, I'm happy to have some peace. At this time, Lin Ling spoke again, looking very dissatisfied, and walked towards the Dragon Valley. The White Maiden gritted her teeth. This guy must be doing it on purpose, he's trying to embarrass me in front of everyone. But if this guy left just like that, then wouldn't she be unable to fulfill her father's orders? Wait for me, I'm willing to be your servant. Thinking of this, the White Maiden hurriedly chased after Lin Ling. Servant. The orthodoxies were stunned. Then, a series of loud bangs sounded, and one by one, they fell from the sky. Servant? Their primogenitor actually became Lei Gong Lin Ling's servant. This must be a joke. This, Lord Dragon God, did I hear wrongly? This powerful primogenitor became Lin Ling's servant? The radiant golden dragon's eyes twitched violently. I also want to know if I heard wrongly. The dragon god's mouth twitched, then he saw Lin Ling walking towards him. He suddenly smiled bitterly. He did not understand what Lin Ling did to the primogenitor. Let's go. Lin Ling did not explain anything. He planned to leave the Cataclysm Holy Land after saying that. Moreover, Lin Ling did not say anything to the White Maiden, but the latter gritted her teeth and continued to follow Lin Ling. She knew that if she did not follow Lin Ling, she would not be able to get any news about her father. Looking at the departing Lin Ling, the orthodoxies were still dumbfounded. Suddenly, the Maha-Orthodoxy shouted, "Primogenitor, where are you going?" The White Maiden pondered for a moment, then finally said coldly, "I'm now Lei Gong Lin Ling's servant, I'll go wherever he goes." This time, she personally replied to the orthodoxies. Bang bang bang. Those orthodoxies who had just gotten up fell to the ground again. She was really a servant. 100,000 whys floated in their minds. Chapter 45-39. They couldn't understand, they really couldn't understand. Although they were confused, they didn't dare to ask. They could only watch as the primogenitor gradually disappeared from their sight. At this time, Lin Ling led everyone away from the Broken Realm Holy Land. Following the void, they walked step by step in the direction of the Kai Yuan River. Behind Lin Ling, the dragon race members didn't dare to speak. They were very afraid of White Water Pure Maiden. White Water Pure Maiden didn't speak either. She stared at Lin Ling indifferently. Her opinion of Lin Ling had changed slightly because she didn't expect Lin Ling to have such ability. He wasn't a nobody in the void. After all, she had seen that even the dragon race seemed to be very friendly to Lin Ling. White Water Pure Maiden naturally knew about the dragon race. They were a branch of the ancient dragon race. Although they couldn't compare to the ancient dragon god, they weren't weak either. Generally speaking, they rarely submitted to others, let alone a young and inexperienced dragon god. Fuck this junior. Lord Dragon God, this mission is complete. If you want to go to the 8 Gods' heavenly palace soon, I will send someone to inform you. The Kai Yuan River began to appear in front of them. Lin Ling stopped and looked at the old man behind him. Good. The dragon god smiled and nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. Thank you for your help this time. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just say it. Lin Ling said again. No need to be so polite with one of us. The dragon god waved his hand and said. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Ling, he led the dragons and flew towards the Kai Yuan River. After the dragon race left, Lin Ling looked at White Water Pure Maiden and said, I know you're following me. First, you have to complete your father's orders. Second, you want to know your father's whereabouts. Then I can tell you here. If you perform well, I might tell you the whereabouts of the Sky River Water God. I hope you can do as you say. White Water Pure Maiden also nodded. She didn't seem as arrogant as before, but Lin Ling could still sense that this restraint was only because of her father's face. However, Lin Ling didn't mind and continued, but if you want to follow me, there's a condition. You're not allowed to question or investigate anything about me. If I find out that you violated this condition, then you'll leave immediately and you'll never see your father again in this lifetime. Hearing this, White Water Pure Maiden's heart trembled. Originally, She disapproved of Lin Ling's words because she felt that even if she secretly investigated with Lin Ling's strength, he might not be able to find out. But she didn't expect that Lin Ling would be so decisive. As long as he found the slightest clue, he immediately broke off all relations with her. This also meant that if they wanted to investigate Lin Ling, it would be very risky. For the sake of her father, she obviously had to endure this humiliation again. However, through Lin Ling's words, she also knew that Lin Ling indeed knew her father's whereabouts. Okay, let's go to the bank of the Kaiyuan River. You'll stand guard for me from now on, Lin Ling said again. He planned to give Sima Ruochen's head to the Xinyuan treasure book, and he had also warned Whitewater Pure Maiden, so he wasn't afraid of her knowing the secret of the prison. Moreover, this time was also to test Whitewater Pure Maiden. If she couldn't do as she said, then Lin Ling wouldn't dare to keep such a person. The two of them quickly arrived at the bank of the Kaiyuan River, and Lin Ling took out the stone tablet. In the beginning, Whitewater Pure Maiden had a disdainful expression, thinking that Lin Ling was afraid of some secret being known by her. However, she came from the era of the gods, so there was nothing she didn't know. But when Lin Ling took out the stone pillar of the square prison, Whitewater Pure Maiden was clearly stunned. What is this? Whitewater Pure Maiden had never seen such a treasure. It's best not to ask what you shouldn't ask. Lin Ling didn't even look at her, and with that, he entered the stone pillar. Whitewater Pure Maiden clenched her teeth. What a cocky brat. But soon, she was attracted by the stone pillar of the square prison. What kind of treasure was this? Why hadn't she seen it before? Moreover, it didn't have any power feedback, which was extremely rare. She couldn't help but want to go closer to investigate, but then she remembered Lin Ling's warning. This guy is doing it on purpose. He's testing me, I can't be fooled. Whitewater Pure Maiden suddenly thought of something, sneered, and ignored it. She guessed that Lin Ling must be deliberately baiting her, and this stone pillar might actually have nothing. Brat, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You want to scheme against me? Dream on. After sneering, Whitewater Pure Maiden sat down cross-legged and didn't look at the stone pillar anymore. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Ling didn't have time to test her. Inside the stone pillar was the square prison, and even her father was inside. At this moment, Lin Ling entered the prison and went straight to the Xinyuan treasure book first. My lord! Seeing Lin Ling coming, the Xinyuan treasure book was obviously a little excited. Lin Ling didn't say much, and threw Sima Ruochen's head into the prison cell. After the Xinyuan treasure book caught the head, his body trembled, and then his eyes became wet. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The Xinyuan treasure book kept kowtowing to Lin Ling, very grateful. No need, tell me the map of the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling said. The Xinyuan treasure book gave Lin Ling a square sign and said, Lord Prison Master, after you find the 8 gods' heavenly palace, open the key and you can reach the 8th level. There's a guide in the key, and it will tell you the details of the 8th level. Thank you. Lin Ling took the sign and looked at it, and found that it looked like a square silver pendant, very exquisite. After saying goodbye, Lin Ling went to the prison cell of the Sky River Water God again. My lord, how is my daughter? After seeing Lin Ling, the Sky River Water God rushed over with an anxious face and asked Lin Ling through the prison cell. She has woken up, but why did you let her follow me? Lin Ling asked coldly. The Sky River Water God smiled awkwardly and said, I just wanted my daughter to be of some help to your lordship. Although my daughter is not very strong, she is still a mid-level deity. If she stays by your lordship's side, she will definitely be of some help. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking, Sky River Water God. I advise you not to act recklessly. If you anger me, you will not have an easy time. Lin Ling threatened. My lord, I wouldn't dare. The Sky River Water God's face changed, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Did my daughter offend you? I will write a letter and scold her to wake her up. After saying this, he immediately wrote a letter with his divine essence and handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling took it indifferently and turned to leave. Sky River Water God, let me remind you again, don't play any tricks. If I die, you will never be able to get out. Even if your daughter obtains the prison, She doesn't know how to control it. Everything will be in vain. I know. My lord, I definitely wouldn't dare. Chapter 45-40. Lin Ling's purpose for coming here was precisely for that letter. With this letter, Whitewater Pure Maiden would not dare to act recklessly. After that, Lin Ling left the prison and came to the outside world. The first thing he saw was the White Maiden practicing in the distance. She did not seem to care about the square prison at all. This woman is not that stupid after all. Lin Ling smiled. He knew that the White Maiden did not check the prison at all, and she did not dare to do so. Catch! Lin Ling then threw the letter from the Sky River Water God to her. The White Maiden took it and read it. Her expression changed drastically, and the way she looked at Lin Ling changed too. At first, she was half confident that Lin Ling knew her father, but now she was 100% sure. Because the letter was left by her father, and he emphasized that she must not offend Lin Ling. Okay, let's cross the river. Lin Ling did not care what the White Maiden was thinking. He strode toward the Kaiyuan River. The White Maiden looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression and quickly followed him. With their strength, crossing the Kaiyuan River was undoubtedly easy. So during this process, Lin Ling once again entered a state of cultivation. He took out an ancient book and read it carefully. This was the clone of the true body. It came from Sima Ruochen. When Sima Ruochen created countless clones, even Lin Ling was shocked by his technique. One should know that Lin Ling had cultivated many cloning techniques in his life and had seen many of them. However, this was the first time he had seen someone like Sima Ruochen, who could even clone with the strength of a god. Aside from the fact that his talent was not strong, his divine essence and divine power were both present. So after killing Sima Ruochen, Lin Ling focused on finding such techniques. Clone of the true body. Beside him, the White Maiden glanced at the book in Lin Ling's hand, then smiled and said, "This clone technique is the strongest. It can split almost 90% of the master's strength, and the number is endless. Lei Gong Lin Ling, where did you get this book? Do you need me to help you cultivate it? Do you want to refine it? There's no need. It's just an avatar of the true body. What's so difficult about cultivating it?" Lin Ling shook his head. For Lei Gong Lin Ling to be able to become the youngest god in the 9 prefectures void, his comprehension must be extraordinary. I estimate that when we walk out of this Kaiyuan River, Lei Gong Lin Ling will definitely be able to cultivate his first clone. Being rejected by Lin Ling, Whitewater Pure Maiden did not mind. Although her words seemed to be flattery, in fact, there was a trace of disdain. She did not think that Lin Ling would fail in his cultivation. Although the avatar of the true body seemed powerful, there were conditions to cultivate it. Soul force, divine energy, physical strength, and comprehension of the great Tao, none of these could be lacking. In fact, this divine ability wasn't the rarest in the Age of the Gods. Many gods had books about it, but very few could cultivate more than 10 clones. Even Bai Shuai-Su had cultivated it before, but she could only cultivate 3 clones. It wasn't very helpful, and in the end, Bai Shuai-Su gave it to her. She abandoned it. As for Lin Ling, wanting to cultivate his first clone in such a short period of time after leaving the Kaiyuan River was undoubtedly very difficult. Lin Ling did not pay attention to her. He closed his eyes and walked forward. At the same time, he began to cultivate his avatar of the true body. In fact, Lin Ling was quite confident in cultivating this divine ability. This was because when he entered the prison, he had personally asked the Xianyuan treasure book how to cultivate it. In order to repay Lin Ling, the Xianyuan treasure book told him everything it knew. Therefore, there was no need to comprehend this divine ability. The only thing missing was whether or not he had the qualifications to cultivate it. However, Lin Ling's soul force, divine energy, and physical strength had all reached the standard. He could cultivate the most basic 3,000 clones. Just like this, Lin Ling continued to comprehend as he walked. His mind was constantly practicing, and he gradually became more familiar with this avatar of the true body. Time quietly passed. With Pure White Maiden by his side, Lin Ling did not have to worry about danger. When the endless void began to appear in front of him, the void of the 9 continents was already in sight. At this time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how's your cultivation? Pure White Maiden immediately asked when she saw Lin Ling exit his cultivation state. SOSO. Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. So? Thunderlord Lin Ling, you don't have to worry too much about it. This external body incarnation is one of the most ancient physical body divine abilities. It's normal for someone to not be able to learn it in such a short time. You should know that I've also cultivated it before. It took me 300 years to learn it. I only managed to cultivate 3 clones. I couldn't comprehend the 4th even if I went into seclusion for 100 years. My luck was pretty good. As far as I know, some gods cultivated for 1,000 years and only managed to cultivate a single clone. Pure White Maiden laughed when she saw Lin Ling leave. She guessed that Lin Ling must have failed in his cultivation. Otherwise, why would he leave so quickly? Obviously, he felt embarrassed. This made her feel a sense of satisfaction. This arrogant brat had finally kicked an iron plate. However, Lin Ling ignored her and walked faster and faster. He turned into a rainbow and wanted to rush out of the Kaiyuan River. His heart of martial arts is not solid enough. He can't bear such a small setback. Alas, it seems that I overestimated him. Pure White Maiden could understand Lin Ling's feelings. She knew that Lin Ling had failed in his comprehension, so he was angry from embarrassment. But at this time, countless water dragons rushed out from the river and intertwined with each other. They surrounded Lin Ling and ruthlessly strangled him. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Even pure Maiden Whitewater couldn't react to this sudden change. She cursed inwardly. Thunderlord Lin Ling had failed in his cultivation, and his actions had become much more reckless. He had completely forgotten that they were still above the Kaiyuan River. The Kaiyuan River was still dangerous, and if they weren't careful, they could even kill Lin Ling. However, when she wanted to help, she was still too late. Countless water dragons drowned Lin Ling and completely strangled him. Pure White Maiden roared angrily. Her entire person was stunned above the Kaiyuan River as if she had lost her soul. She had finally found some news of her father. However, the person who knew her father's whereabouts had died before her eyes just like that. This meant that wanting to know her father's whereabouts was probably harder than ascending to heaven. Thinking of this, she was both excited and disappointed. Ferocious divine essence erupted, blowing up all the nearby river water. However, the dead Lin Ling did not appear again. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you can't die, you trash. Where is my father? Where is my father? Staring at the river water that was constantly forming whirlpools, Pure White Maiden's face was full of disappointment and anger. You're the trash. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, making Pure White Maiden look back. Then, she was surprised to discover a figure slowly walking over from behind. Who could it be if not Lin Ling? Why aren't you dead? I clearly saw you die before. This time, Pure White Maiden was quite shocked. She believed in her eyesight. The Lin Ling from before was indeed dead, but why did another Lin Ling appear? Chapter 45-41. Avatars of the True Body. In the past, Pure White Maiden cultivated for 300 years and only managed to cultivate 3 avatars. However, Lin Ling only cultivated for a single day and he managed to cultivate 1 avatar. Unless someone instructs him on how to cultivate, and he reaches the standard of cultivation, his comprehension ability is incomparably terrifying. Staring at the approaching Lin Ling, Pure White Maiden's eyes continued to flicker. At this moment, she once again felt the mysteriousness of Lin Ling. One had to know that avatars of the true body were very useful in the ancient era. Many ancient great gods knew how to use these avatars to fight their enemies. Outside of a few limited abilities, this type of ability was truly invincible. This was why in the era of gods, countless gods yearned for this ability. Unfortunately, not many people were able to cultivate it successfully. Because of this avatar, Pure White Maiden didn't distinguish the real from the fake. This was because unless one paid close attention, it was very difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. You've succeeded. I underestimated you a bit. To be able to cultivate an avatar in such a short period of time, you're not simple. Pure White Maiden said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued to walk forward and shook his head with a smile. It's not an avatar. Behind him, another avatar immediately walked out. This avatar looked exactly the same as Lin Ling, but its clothes were different. It wore a golden robe with golden flames burning on its shoulders. Fellow Daoist. As for the golden-robed Lin Ling who walked out, he also smiled and bowed towards Lin Ling. Fellow Daoist. Lin Ling also bowed. This was the power of avatars of the true body. These avatars had their own thoughts, just like a Dao tree blooming and bearing fruit. In fact, there were many types of avatars of the true body. Lin Ling cultivated the nascent soul Dao physique. If a Dao tree grew, it would take 3,000 years to sprout, 3,000 years to bloom, and 3,000 years to bear fruit. And now Lin Ling had cultivated to the realm of sprouting in 3,000 years. Of course, if it wasn't for the Xianyuan treasure book's reminder, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to succeed so quickly. 2 avatars. Staring at the 2 Lin Ling, Pure White Maiden's eyes became more focused. She had to admit that she was inferior to him in terms of avatars of the true body. Although these avatars only had 90% of Lin Ling's strength, because they had their own thoughts, their combat strength was not weak. They were much more powerful than the avatars she encountered in the past. Pure White Maiden even knew that the strongest avatars of the true body could cultivate on their own, and this was the terrifying part of them. Think about it. The true bodies of the true body to cultivate of the true body to grow. The Xianyuan book didn't. 2 of. No wonder. Pure White Maiden nodded. Then she suddenly asked, how did you succeed? Someone taught me. She has succeeded. So she told me everything she knew. She passed on all her insights to me. Lin Ling did not hide anything. This person, I'm afraid he has a powerful background. Pure White Maiden was shocked. She was even more curious about Lin Ling. She knew that people who could cultivate avatars of the true body must have a powerful background. If they were not from the ancient times, then they must be from the age of gods. She never would have thought that a mere junior from the 9 prefectures void would know such an ancient figure. She also knew why Lin Ling did not panic when he saw her for the first time. Although I'm a little surprised, I guess even the ancient times are no match for me. Then, Pure White Maiden smiled confidently. She did not want to lose face in front of Lin Ling. Maybe. Lin Ling did not comment. In his square prison, there were countless ancient giant beasts. Even Pure White Maiden's father was there. How could he not be as ancient as Pure White Maiden? It was just that Lin Ling was too lazy to talk about it. Your appearance and aura are too unique. You'd better hide it. Lin Ling suggested. Pure White Maiden was an ancient deity who had survived the divine world. If others knew about her origin, they would be scared out of their wits. This would not be of much help to Lin Ling. On the contrary, it would be more effective to catch him off guard. As long as Pure White Maiden dived into the water, Lin Ling could see clearly who was going to harm him. Okay. White Water Pure Maiden was the progenitor of the godly land of Broken Realm. She didn't want too many mortals to see her face, so she waved her hand and covered her face with a white veil. Her aura disappeared as well, and her cultivation became the same as Lin Ling's. That's the best. Lin Ling nodded and finally left the Kaiyuan River with Pure White Maiden. In the distance, the ancient void came into view. In the darkness, stars twinkled as if they were telling the secrets of this ancient void. Staring at the endless void, Lin Ling sighed in his heart. I'm finally back. The void of the 9 continents was vast and boundless. However, this was the place where Lin Ling grew up. Lin Ling also left behind countless footprints of his battles. In the past, he had a wish to soar in the void one day and no one could stop him. Today, he had finally achieved it. If it was not for the appearance of the world consciousness, Lin Ling could have retired and returned to his hometown to live a carefree life. Unfortunately, the world consciousness was also Lin Ling's archenemy. It would not let Lin Ling live. Therefore, Lin Ling's goal was to fight with the world consciousness until the day he became the most ancient giant beast in the primordial era. Follow me. Lin Ling walked along the void. Pure White Maiden, who was behind him, glanced at the void and nodded slightly. She was naturally familiar with the void of the 9 prefectures. When she was in the godly land of destruction all those years ago, she had always paid attention to the void of the 9 prefectures. Unfortunately, the void of the 9 prefectures was very weak at that time. Besides the 4 great gods, no one else was worth mentioning. Even the 4 great gods were only SOs. However, now, the void of the 9 continents had matured with countless gods. There were also many gods as powerful as orthodoxies. At some point in time, it was not much weaker than the broken divine land. This ancient void rose up after the god world was shattered. However, after its rise, it became unstoppable. Pure White Maiden thought. She looked at the man in front of her. She was very clear that among the rising stars of the 9 continents, there was no one more terrifying than this man. Chapter 45-42. Lin Ling, I think you should hand over the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace and let everyone enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace together. But at this moment, the space in front of him turned illusory and a large number of experts appeared before him. Spirit Nation experts. There were about 50 of them and 40% of them had the strength of a god while 60% had the strength of a god. Moreover, these experts with the strength of a god were only slightly weaker than the Curishan. Some of them were even weaker than the Curishan. How much weaker? And the one leading them was Lord Ning. The Spirit Nation's method of nurturing gods is too powerful. Staring at the group of experts in front of him, Lin Ling did not panic but sighed inwardly. Now, there were countless experts in the Lei Gong Hall. Other than Grandpa Treasure God, there was also the Giant Tortoise, Emperor God Zhang Gang, Young Qilin, Big Brother, Young Yao, Dream Flow, and other gods. Even though their growth was fast, they could not compare to the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling, I heard that you returned from the godly land of the Broken Realm and found the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, I hope you will hand it over. Of course, our Spirit Nation will not take it for ourselves but will share it with all of you. Lord Ning stared at Lin Ling and said again. His expression looked calm but his heart was shocked because he realized that Lin Ling had reached the late-stage lower god realm. One must know that in the ear-holding ox cave not long ago, Lin Ling was only a mid-stage lower god. It seemed that any logic was useless against Lin Ling. Moreover, after Lin Ling's strength increased, although he suppressed it well and no one could see how strong he was, Lord Ning still felt a sense of pressure. It was as if the current Lin Ling was not much weaker than him and was the #1 expert in the Lei Gong Hall on the same level as Nan Wufenyu Treasure God. How do you know that I have the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. How dare you speak to Lord Ning like that? Slap him. Suddenly, an angry roar came from behind Lord Ning. The one who spoke was a domineering young man. He was 2 meters tall and had long hair like lightning. His upper body was bare but there were complicated runes on it. His strength was at the late-stage lower god realm. Lin Ling did not recognize this person. He should be a god that the Spirit Nation had recently nurtured. He. Lin Ling smiled, he ignored the young. What an arrogant Lei Gong Lin. The young man's eyes narrowed while the gods by his side narrowed their eyes as well, and then their auras surged out like baring fangs and brandishing claws. They had naturally heard of Thunder Lord Lin Ling's name, but they were gods of Ling Kingdom and felt that Lin Ling was only SOSO. Lin Ling's was of the Ling, this heavenly of the divine palace of the heavens, heavenly divine of the gods of God realm. Lord Ning, you are a big shot of the Spirit Nation, aren't you? How can you allow your subordinate to speak so rudely? Lin Ling finally spoke at this moment. But Lord Ning still had a smile on his face. He faintly looked at Lin Ling, as if he wanted to know what sort of game Lin Ling was playing. However, he was about to be disappointed. The feeling the youth in front of him gave him was still as calm and confident as before. Although Lin Ling had reached the late-stage lower god realm, they had more gods on their side. Lord Ning had even personally come. Could Lin Ling stop them all by himself? No, there were 2 of them. However, The mysterious person behind Lin Ling was on par with Lin Ling in terms of strength. That was all there was to it. Haha, as expected of one of the four great gods, Lei Gong. Lei Gong is even more impressive than Lei Gong in the past. Lord Ning put away his thoughts and laughed loudly, slapped the person who spoke. Lin Ling's strength may not be as strong as mine, but he is still one of the 9 prefectures' 4 great deities. He called upon the 10,000 realms and unified the 9 prefectures. Do you think you are qualified to speak to him? My lord. The face of the young man who was reprimanded instantly changed. Was he going to slap him? He was a late-stage lower god and so was Lin Ling. What qualifications did Lin Ling have to be higher than him? Slap him. Lord Ning did not waste any more words. His laughter turned cold. All right. The young man gritted his teeth and slapped himself a few times. After that, he looked at Lin Ling with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been chopped into 1,000 pieces. Obviously, he was not convinced. You think you are qualified to speak to me with your status? No wonder you are just cannon fodder of the Spirit Nation and can't be a commander. Your intelligence needs to be recharged. Lin Ling looked at the young man mockingly and shook his head. He looked at Lord Ning and said, Lord Ning, how did you know that I have the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? I remember that not many people know of this secret. Do you want to know? Lord Ning looked at Lin Ling and said, as long as you share the key with us, I will tell you. The 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace hid a new world will host body. The great gods of the Spirit Nation naturally wanted to know. Forget it if you don't want to say. Anyway, I was just casually asking. Hearing this, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders. There is no harm in telling you. Lord Ning did not hide anything. The person who told us this information is Daoist of many treasures. It's him. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had been curious about who had exposed the secret. The people who knew this secret were from the Great Hall of Lei Gong and the Dragon Race. The people from the Great Hall of Lei Gong would definitely not say, so he thought it was the Dragon Race. Now, it seemed that he had wronged the Dragon Race. However, for Daoist of many treasures to know such a secret, this old man was too powerful. Not long ago, our great gods of the Spirit Nation found Daoist of many treasures. After a discussion, Daoist of many treasures calculated it. Lord Ning said, Thank you. Lin Ling nodded and remembered this debt. This Daoist of many treasures dared to trick him, Lin Ling. He then looked at Lord Ning and said, This key was obtained by me with great difficulty. If you say you want to share it, then share it. Isn't this too cheap? Lin Ling, treasure god Nan Wufengyu, that madman, is not here. You dare to bargain with me? Lord Ning smiled, but his smile was filled with majesty. That's right. However, Lin Ling nodded without the slightest fear. This caused Lord Ning to look deeply at Lin Ling, his heart filled with emotion. Back in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had been nothing more than a trial challenger. At that time, he had seen how outstanding Lin Ling was, and his heart had been moved. He had wanted to recruit Lin Ling, but in the end, he had failed. In the following days, he watched Lin Ling grow continuously. After that, the chaos on the island of the Spirit Nation, and then the battle of the gods in the Ear Ox Cave. Lin Ling's talent was outstanding, and he not only led the Great Hall of Lei Gong to become famous, but also became an existence that the gods could not underestimate. And now, Lin Ling had the qualifications to bargain with him. Chapter 45-43. In their opinion, Lord Ning spoiled Lin Ling too much. That was why he was so easy to talk to. All right, I can use treasures to exchange for it. Tell me, what treasures do you want? At this moment, Lord Ning spoke again. His words made the gods even more indignant. I don't lack treasures for the time being. Furthermore, I don't think you can afford the treasures I want. Lin Ling shook his head. He needed treasures to open his 8th dantian. However, it was obvious that the Spirit Nation couldn't afford such treasures. I want Luli Empress as an exchange. How about that? Lin Ling said again. Luli Empress? Lord Ning's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, Didn't you kill her? Lord Ning, Luli Empress isn't dead. I know that too. Therefore let's be frank. Lin Ling smiled. His words made Lord Ning's eyes narrow. Luli Empress wasn't dead. Not many people knew about this secret. How did Lin Ling know? Suddenly, a chill rose in his heart. The Spirit Nation had been secretly controlling Lin Ling. They knew Lin Ling's every move. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ling was also controlling the Spirit Nation's every move. How terrifying! Lord Ning felt a sense of terror rise in his heart. It was as if his entire body had been seen through by someone. Furthermore, the person who saw through him was a rising star. Since we're being frank, I'll be frank too. Luli Empress isn't dead. She was resurrected by the Almighty. If you want her, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Because, other than the Almighty of the Spirit Nation, I don't know where Luli Empress is and how she is now. Lord Ning said lightly. I guess you don't know either. How about this? Help me tell her that I, Lin Ling, am also waiting for her. I hope that she can come and see me within 3 years. I know that she's still alive. However, she must kill me in this lifetime. Lin Ling said to Lord Ning. 3 years? All right, I will pass on your message. However, speaking of 3 years, Lin Ling, there is something I should tell you. Within 3 years, there will definitely be experts from the Chaos Realm coming here. This is what the great god of the Spirit Nation told me. Furthermore, I do not know what their intentions are, but I can. I'm sure one of their targets is you. Lord Ning suddenly said. His words caused Lin Ling to frown. Although he had already guessed that there would be powerhouses coming from the Chaos Realm, in the end this was only a guess. Thank you for the reminder, but I think the great god of Spirit Nation is also one of the targets of the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling said with a smile. These seemingly casual words caused Lord Ning's heart to tremble once more. He discovered that nothing could be hidden from Lin Ling. Lin Ling was indeed a man who would become a king or a god. It's a pity that you did not bring Luli Empress here. Therefore, if you want to obtain the key to the 8th level, you will need to fulfill another condition. How about this? You let one of your people fight with me. If I lose, we will share the key. How about that? Lin Ling proposed after pondering for a moment. All right. Lord Ning agreed immediately. If Lin Ling lost, he would hand over the key. If Lin Ling won, he would not ask for anything. This proposal was very fair. He turned around and looked at the gods behind him. The gods wanted to give it a try. All of them wanted to fight with Lei Gong Lin Ling and shake the Spirit Nation and the void of the 9 continents. Unfortunately, they also knew that this opportunity would depend on Lord Ning's decision. Yen Xianxia, you're up. Lord Ning swept his gaze across and finally made a decision. The eyes of the gods who were called out lit up instantly. As for the other gods, they looked regretful as if they had missed out on a great opportunity. However, the one to fight was Yen Xianxia. They were convinced because this person's strength was monstrous. He was the strongest god among them, just below Lord Ning. As for the god named Yen Xianxia, she was a woman. She wore a long robe of the Spirit Nation and had a cold expression. When she walked out, she looked at Lin Ling calmly. There was not a trace of contempt in her eyes. It could be seen that this person did not become a god only by luck. Yen Xianxia greets Lei Gong. The woman cupped her hands slightly at Lin Ling. Thank you for letting me win. Since the other party was so polite, Lin Ling did not neglect her. The main reason was that he could sense that this woman was not weak. She was probably not much weaker than the Curishan. The only flaw was that she was too young. Can we begin? Let's begin. The two of them exchanged a few words and then activated their divine origin. On the other hand, Lin Ling did not use his innate talent. He only activated his divine origin. However, it was still shocking because Lin Ling's divine origin was too dense. He was like an ancient god. On the other hand, Yen Xianxia's divine origin was obviously not as strong as Lin Ling's. However, her talent was terrifying. She was a first-tier intermediate god. This was the reason why she could laugh at the gods. Lei Gong Lin Ling, because you are strong, I will not hold back. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Yen Xianxia opened her hands and a thunder swallow formed by thunder appeared behind her. The deafening sound of thunder was also heard. Looking at her arms, they were now covered in snakes of electricity. They were so powerful that even the void was torn apart. 110,000 divine points and an intermediate god's divine embryo. She is indeed not simple. Lin Ling nodded. Yan Xuanyang did not say anything else. She shot towards Lin Ling. Her hands were like knives, carrying lightning as they slashed towards Lin Ling. The terrifying thing was that her speed had reached 800,000 worlds. However, she did not know that Lin Ling's speed had reached 1,000,000 world speed even without using his innate talent. Bang! Ferocious thunder wings appeared behind Lin Ling's back. He moved his feet and dodged Yan Xuanyang's attack. Rumble! As soon as he disappeared, the void was slashed open by Yan Xuanyang. A huge crack appeared and unleashed an endless suction force, sucking in everything in the distance. Of course, this did not affect the gods. They were still staring at Lin Ling. What a fast speed. I'm afraid it is not slower than 800,000 world speed. I wonder if he has reached his limit. If he hasn't, then he is truly terrifying. The deities could only mutter to themselves, and their contempt for Lin Ling also lessened by a notch. 3 swallows opened the way. However, after Yan Xuanyang missed her attack, she caught up with Lin Ling. She crossed her arms and slashed towards Lin Ling again. Bang! Lin Ling threw out a punch to counter the intersecting slash. After the collision, a terrifying shockwave burst out. After the collision, Yan Xuanyang was shocked by the density of Lin Ling's divine energy. She did not know if Lin Ling had used his full strength. However, as the most dazzling god, her strength was not to be underestimated. After her attack failed, she shouted angrily, "Virgin Sparrow! Go!" Lightning suddenly burst out from her crossed arms and wreaked havoc in the void. Crackle! The void turned into a pool of lightning. Lin Ling, who was in the pool of lightning, showed a painful expression. Then, everything was destroyed.